Howdy and welcome to the dev stream. Ready to rock today. Okay, first we have this Trello card. The most exciting thing. Jenny has added all the different keyboard layouts for all the different countries. Did you know that different countries have different keyboard layouts? A lot of people don't know that. It's incredibly annoying if you're trying to make an international game. 1 second. Okay, I thought I had to sneeze, but it didn't happen. And so we have lots of sprites for keys that we didn't have before, and Jenny has made it easy for me to go, and she has tracked down all the ones we need. And so now I have to go to this file here. All right, in the keyboard language defaults prefab. So let's go to the keyboard language defaults. And we should probably load our other stuff here. Main. Oh, main is taking a surprisingly long time to load. And exterior worlds. Let me check if the chat is working. Sometimes it's not. I'll rip this off into another tab. Come on now. Come on now, Firefox. Here we go. Okay, it seems like it's working. Very good. So, okay, perfect. Thank you, Metal Gear, and welcome. So we need to go, what was it called again? The keyboard language defaults. Keyboard language defaults. Okay, let's check out this prefab. And okay, so it's got a component in it. Chinese is empty, German. Okay, so there's not that many, which is awesome. All right, okay, cool. So she's laid all this out for me. There's 3 different places I've got to add. So each key code file name variable needs to have an image in the dark keys atlas. So in 3 different places. In the keys dark folder and in the resources folder. So first let's go to the keys dark folder. I think I want to pin this or lock that thing down. So keys dark, there it is. And we're going to need so many different keys. But we just got to go through and make each one. So how many of these are there? So there's 10 in German, there's none in Russian, there's 6 in Portuguese, it's not too bad, 7 in Spanish. Oh gosh, of course, French has a ton. All right, so right bracket, and I'm hoping, yeah, so right bracket though, that's gonna work for all languages. We need a right bracket key anyway. Equals, we need that anyway. So we need all these different sprites. And I think it looks like they all should have a key prefix, but we're gonna start with the one that we know, which is the German umlaut. I don't know how to pronounce that. And we should make ourselves a save right before we go into Bristlecone's house, because we should have a repro to make sure that this is working. And even the default German layout has one of those keys that we don't have the sprite for. So we should be able to repro the broken sprite. And once we repro the broken sprite, then we can be certain that when we add the new sprite that we're missing, if it becomes unbroken, then we know that we've done it right. Ghetto Paradise, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. Hello. Hey, Nanani. Oh, dang. Sorry, guys. I didn't mute that. I hit the mute button, but I didn't fully hit it. So I know that was probably quite loud. Okay, so here we go. You know what's really funny is so many people think that you can't be a boy in this game because I guess they're scrubbing for like 3 seconds right here and they're seeing only girl hairstyles, but they didn't scrub further where there's clearly all kinds of haircuts that could go to boys as well, like this one. Like, tell me that's not a boy right there, right? It's very simple. Then we have all sorts of people complaining about the rig. They're like, well, how come I can't make a boy body? Like, it is a boy body, look. And then people are like, well, how come I can't make a girl body? It is a girl body. Look, it's just, gosh, she has robes on. You can't tell. They're so small on screen. What even would we change about this? What, make the shoulders like 1 micron wider or something for the boy body? It's so crazy. It works fine. Absolutely ludicrous. Anyhow, okay, let's carry on. Metal Gear says, I didn't check all the haircuts. Gotcha. Yeah, some people actively want a button that changes between male and female, but it wouldn't do anything because you can pick whatever hairstyle you want. The NPCs don't refer to your gender, so it would have absolutely no impact on the game. So it's just kind of weird to me to have a player appearance option that does not change your appearance in any way and does not impact the game in any way. Okay, so I'm going to set the time scale to something high so we can jam through this. I also want, actually, we'll go ahead and change the layout to German right before we go into bristlecones. So I've got to just jam through this really quick. Fortunately, it's very close to the beginning of the game where we have this issue. So talk to headmistress. Let's do it really fast. Okay. Can have a male haircut filter. Oh man, but it's one of those things that's just like, it's tough for me because male haircut filter, how long does that take? Realistically, initial implementation 1 day. Debugging another day. Regression bugs another day. Just like all the downstream consequences that come from adding what is effectively a new UI feature. For what? For something that people will spend 10 minutes on when they start the game. We have a 30-hour game to worry about, and we're putting in a new feature that will help someone. Will it help? I mean, so you just have to click through the hairs? I don't know. It's just like, find your hair. What if we add filtering to a UI that shows once? I mean, I guess it shows again if you go to your wardrobe and stuff. I don't know. It's hard for me to justify that in the face of the 30-hour game when our team has 3 people, and we get a lot of features requested like that, like really tiny quality of life things that it personally just feels really hard to justify. Not that I don't like that people offer them. I mean, I want to know what people are thinking for sure. Let me change the keyboard layout to German here. Okay, done. All right, and fortunately, WASD still works, and I need to save, so let's call this bristlecone meat. I'll save it. So now we should be able to easily repro this. So let's go into bristlecone's house. All right, rock on. Welcome, MJ Paul. Welcome. Hopefully it's not a deal breaker. Shenshaw says, how do you get good at art? I'm good at coding, but suck at art. Oh, I don't know. That's a big question. MJ Paul says, saw your work on how you optimize your games. Pretty cool. Have you seen Ian Hubert technique? The guy's able to make cool background with only 5 to 10 faces. No, I don't think I have seen that. This sounds pretty cool. Keeping track of this act. Hello and welcome back. All right. Glad to be streaming again. Shenshaw says, I feel like I have a vision but can't replicate it. I have strong feelings on that. When people feel like the whole idea of like having a vision in your mind but not being able to put it down on the page. As an artist, personally, I feel, I'm going to go on just a 1 minute rant here. I personally feel like having an image in your mind, you don't actually have the image in your mind. You have the idea of the image in your mind. For instance, if you ask someone, can you picture a bicycle? They can picture a bicycle. But then if you ask them a specific detail about a bicycle, or if you ask them to even draw a basic stick bicycle, it will be completely wrong. Like they won't make the metal bars of the bike meet up at the normal spot that it would. The wheels might not even attach to the bike in a way that any bike has ever done. So how can they be picturing a bike but have no idea what a bike looks like? It's because your brain is this crazy thing that can hold the idea, the feeling of what it feels like to look at a bike, but it's not actually picturing a bike. So I think most artists, it's not that they have the vision in their brain and they know how to transmit it onto the page. They're finding the image while they're making it. They don't just have every single detail and every single minutia of the composition worked out in their brain, and then they're just transposing it onto the page. They're actually finding it while they work, and they have all sorts of techniques, even in the medium that they're working in, that will bring out parts of the image. So I would throw that idea out. The idea that you have a vision in your brain and you just need to know how to put it on the page, I don't think you actually have a vision in your brain. It's one of the reasons why I get so frustrated when people think that they're making art when they use AI, because they feel like, oh, it's perfectly to my vision. It's like, no, you didn't have a vision. The AI made something and you just looked at it and you liked it and you said it was your vision, but you didn't actually have that. And all of the learning and all of the reference and all of the technique and all of the craftsmanship that the real artists that AI was stealing from, they were actually the ones that worked out exactly how something should look, with their artist's journey, right? With their hard work and years of dedication and years of caring deeply about probably very particular subject matter. Like if they drew a lot of architecture, they loved architecture and they noticed all these details about architecture. For instance, if I said picture a fairy tale cob house, you might have an image in your mind, but you have no idea what that actually looks like. And all the things that make something fairy tale, all the specific details, like how the windows are inset, how thick the eaves should be, how many eaves there should be, how the eaves pop off of the roof corner to create silhouette details, how tattered up the shingles should be, what kind of shingles should they be? Should they be wooden? Should they be ceramic? What kind of filigree should it have? What kind of ornaments should it have? What will make the door look whimsical? Like what specific visual features will make the door look fairy tale-ish? Is it the Romanesque? Is it the rounded arch of the door? Is it a round door? Does it have some kind of little shape cut out into the middle? What shape is it? Is it a diamond? Well, that feels kind of generic. Maybe it needs to be a crescent or something like that. Or maybe it needs to be something entirely unusual. Or maybe it needs to have some sort of like Gothic arch in there to make it look more like elvish or something. And all those extremely specific visual things, you can't just look into the image in your brain and know them. You know them because you have looked at tons of reference and you have fought the battles and you have actually spent thousands of hours finding the image on the page while you make it. And that's art. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now. Oh my goodness. I've been thinking about that one a lot lately, and it's probably because of AI. Okay, MJ says, try using a reference. Human is interesting. It thinks you have the right measurement, but it really doesn't. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Well said. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you think you know what something looks like, but you really don't, which means you didn't really have the image in your mind. Because if you did, then you could look at it and you could use it as reference, right? You could be like, let me look at the image in my mind. Let's see, how far apart are the eyes? Oh, it's about one eye width apart. I'm looking at the image in my mind and I'm learning that. But you can't because you don't actually have the image in your mind. There's nothing to look at. Okay, AI art is just crap, soulless art. Yeah, it takes a long time, for sure. It takes a long time. Let's see if we can repro this bug. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of remembering that we don't get our flute yet. So it's actually going to take a minute. And I was making this rant, and really I should have been set time scale. I should have been doing all this other stuff. It's okay. We'll do a chick chack. Do a chick chack. Let me go see what that was. Empty Landscape, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let me bring up my OBS over here. Okay, let's jam through this. Open my map. I'll just open my map to shut that tutorial notification up. I think I can just go into practical practice and grab our trinkets. Okay, cool. Open that. Very good. All right, we're done with that. Two more. We've got our robes. Got to go into the Newt's Eye. The fade happens so fast that this stuff doesn't have time to load in. It's kind of weird. Of course, it's just because we're playing on like super speed mode. Okay, whatever. All right, here we go. I bought a dress. It's fine. I think I have everything right. Well, I should have checked I always do this. I always think I'm done. Oh, nope, I didn't see. I forgot my cauldron. I always forget my cauldron. Empty Landscape says, just stopping by. Hello and welcome. Thanks for the follow. All right. Thank you for the kind words about E-Shade. Okay, yes, don't let my stream stop you from being productive. Okay, let's get our cauldron. There we go. Now we're done. Now we're done. Just jam through this stuff, and then we got to make our save. Set the time scale to 1, and I will make our save, and I'll save over bristlecone meat, even though that's not really the correct name anymore. Okay. Okay, so I've got my flute, R, and they're perfect. So we've got we see the missing sprite. It's a sprite name equals key underscore. Oh, so theoretically, if we just replace that sprite, we should be good to go. MJ Paul says, question, is Unity able to make a complicated boss with a lot of pattern in 2.5 setting? Unity can do whatever you want. Unity is a very open game engine. Some game engines make lots of assumptions about what kind of game you're making, and I would say Unity makes less assumptions than any game engine I've ever used. And I've used a lot of game engines. I've used, of course, proprietary game engines, like the proprietary one for Guild Wars, the proprietary one for Infamous Second Son. Those, of course, are going to be extremely specific because those were game engines made for specific games. So they have all sorts of gameplay level stuff, I would say, almost at engine level. And then I've also worked with CryEngine in a professional capacity. I worked on a game called State of Decay, which was a zombie game, an MMO zombie game. And I have not actually worked professionally on an Unreal game before, but I've used Unreal a lot back when it was called UDK for portfolio pieces for art. And I would say that Unity makes less assumptions than any of those engines. When you start Unity, it doesn't even have the concept of a player. Like there's literally nothing in Unity called player. You actually just give it the components it needs. Like the player needs a camera, maybe the player needs some kind of input or controls or whatever. So if you can dream it up, you can do it in Unity. I'm very confident of that. And most game engines, have that capability. So that's no problem at all. So it has really nothing to do with the engine in that case. I mean, if you're going to ask me, can can RPG Maker do that? Probably, but you might have to really sort of bend the engine in a way that it's not really designed to do, because it's a turn-based, JRPG style thing. RPG Maker is almost a game. It's not really an open engine in the way that Unity is. So you can do anything you want in Unity. It's a true open game engine. Eilerton Studio, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, let me catch up. Catch up real quick. Hello, Drip Advisor. Welcome. Metal Gear says, do you use Godot? We use Unity. At some point, we'd like to dabble in Godot. As Junior Official says, currently writing myself, working on learning to code. ADHD. Oh, okay, I see. Sorry you were on and watched a lot of the eShade streams. Rock on. Well, thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. Trying to learn Bevy. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's exciting. We have so many engines up and coming. I love it. So now we need our key. I'm gonna try to find the best one to do. We've got, why is a broom in here? That's kind of interesting. That has to be a mistake. Why is the broom and keys dark? This definitely shouldn't be. Let's just delete that broom out of there. There's no way that broom should be in there. As Junior Official said, would you recommend learning first Python, C#, or C++? I don't know. For code, I don't know. I mean, if you already know a little bit of code and you want to learn to make games in a game engine, then I would just pick the game engine and then do whatever the game engine wants. And I think Unity is probably a pretty good engine to learn in. And I think a lot of game engines now, a lot of modern game engines, modern commercial game engines anyway, everyone has a little bit of Unity DNA in it. Unity was an extremely seminal, revolutionary game engine in a way that I don't even think people really understand. But like the design paradigm of Unity has become like almost industry standard in the way that it works. So I think Unity is probably still a very strong engine to learn. I think it's going to be around for a long time. So I think Unity is good to learn. And in that case, I think C# is good. I actually learned mostly how to program in Unity with C#. I really did not really know how to code before that. And I learned it all in like a year or two. I was a competent programmer and I was making eShade, which turned out to be a pretty real commercial game there. It's grossed $3.6 million now. So no one can say I didn't get to a competent programming level. But I'm not a programmer. I mean, I don't really identify as a programmer. I identify I'm an artist through and through, down to my bones. I'm an artist who learned how to code. MJ Paul says, I have to tweak Unity to be able to make a complicated ultimate raid boss. What do you mean you have to tweak it? You have to make it. Unity doesn't have raid boss in it. It's just not like you can't just open Unity and drop in your raid boss. You have to make your raid boss. Unity doesn't know anything about your game. It doesn't have any assumptions about what kind of game you're making. So you don't have to tweak Unity. You have to use Unity to actually make the thing. Like roll your sleeves up and make it. Doesn't do anything. DV Robs, hello. Loved the demo. All right. Day one purchase. I love to hear it. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to come in and let me know. Puts a smile on my face. I was wondering if you will make a second game or a new concept. How do you find game ideas? I don't know. With game ideas, you just find something that makes you so excited that it gives you goosebumps. And it makes tears well up in your eyes. You're so excited about it. And that's kind of how we pick our game ideas. But I'm going to abstain from talking about our next game right at this particular moment, not because I'm super hush-hush about it, but just because I will go on a rant, and I'm not ready to go on a rant right now. Gizmo What's It says, Unity did add that visual scripting workflow. If C# is intimidating for some people, but it's worth going if you can handle it. Yes, I agree. I really feel very strongly, and pretty much everyone who knows how to code feels this way. Visual scripting it makes the onboarding easier, but once you get past that, you'll find that all of the hard problems that you will face when making a real game are easier in code. So it's easier in the easy part, which is just getting the basics, but it's harder in the hard part, which is managing all of your code base by the end. So given that the hard things are the only things that matter. The easy things, they're easy, whatever. You're going to get through them. It's going to be fine, no problem. It's only the hard parts that matter. I really feel strongly about that. So that's why I think, actual code is way better, because it makes the hard parts more manageable, and the easy parts are a joke. We don't care about them. They're not a bottleneck for development. So Drip Advisor says, I've been coding on and off, learning Rust Revy, very cool. Struggling with motivation issues, gotcha. Yeah, that's tough. Indecisiveness is hard. When you're starting, just choose and go. That's what I say. Motivation, I have no tips. I just want to find the template for this. I'm sure I have some kind of template for right trigger. Got to have a template for the key, right? Somewhere. Do I not? It's very surprising. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, it's not going to be super hard to... I mean, it'd be nice to have the PSD template just so I can know what kind of font we used and stuff. PlayStation buttons. Maybe I can try opening this one. Maybe it's going to have something. Okay, no, I actually made this for the PlayStation. That's crazy. It is absolutely insane. What an idiot I am sometimes. I'm sure it's somewhere. I just don't know where it is. And it's going to take me longer to find it than it is just to roll my damn sleeves up and say keys. I'll just call it I'll call it key template like this. Save. Okay. And what I'll do is I will just create a new, I'll just type, I'll just get an A. And I don't know if it was Calibri. It doesn't have to match perfectly. I don't really care. Nobody's going to notice, but I just want that A to match. Oh, look at that. It's a pretty close match. I mean, it's obviously it's a sans serif. It looks like the Calibri maybe has rounder. So I'm wondering, yeah, it seems like whatever one I have is more round, which actually looks better. So maybe I shouldn't bother with it. It might have been bold or something. No, it definitely wasn't bold. So it definitely wasn't Calibri. It might have been Arial. Arial is a pretty ugly font. Okay, I changed it to Arial and I literally saw no. Okay, it didn't actually change. I was like, there's no way Arial looks that close to Calibri. None. Let's go Arial. Okay, Arial is a much sharper. I think it probably was Arial, right? Seems like maybe it was Arial, but like scaled down a little bit to 20. I don't think it was Arial either. Something else. I'll just go Calibri, whatever. It looks nicer. I'm having second thoughts. Okay, definitely not that one. All right, fine. We'll go Arial. We'll go Arial bold. So that's enough deliberations. No more. Continue. Time to continue. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, so we'll call that template. I'm just going to crush that down. Cool. Okay, so we need to create our, I'll go ahead and save this. Oh, this is a PNG? No. It's not a PNG. It's a PSD. I want a PSD. Why do we even have a PNG of this? Keys dark. So what we want, key underscore template. There it is. I'm going to delete that. We don't want that in there. And then we've got our, hopefully we've got our template PSD. And now we can export our PNGs from it. So the first one I'm going to do is I'm going to do the umlaut or whatever it's called. And I'll just go into Unity. So keyboard, language defaults. Let's go ahead and lock this up and grab our German character here. I guess I'll check it out. Not that I'm making any changes to it. And we'll just paste in the actual character, which I'm sure that the almighty Arial supports. There it is. Oh, you know, I should really make sure that this is like, it's centered. Okay. It does look pretty big, doesn't it? Anyway, let's export as PNG. And then I'm going to go back into Unity and grab the name. This is the name of the name of the key we need. Why does it go to this random directory? Okay, keys dark, here we go. And it should be key underscore O umlaut. Somebody is German. Actually, the Germans are asleep right now, so they don't have to hear me butcher their language. I have absolutely no idea what that thing is called. Looks like a mouth yelling. Interesting. Oh, let me catch up with chat. Let's see. Okay. MJ Paul says, maybe I understood what you said. Pretty fixated lately between Unreal and Unity and making 2.5D game. I think if you're making a 2.5D game, you should go with Unity. Yeah, I think Unreal has a lot of 3D stuff built in. I don't know who would torture themselves with making. I mean, if you're going to go with Unreal, it's because of the out-of-the-box lighting and shaders. So I would think, at least, unless you have some other very specific reason to be going with Unreal, Unity is going to be the one you want. It's also cheaper to go with Unity. So, I mean, it's free, right? I guess technically Unreal is free too, but they're taking 5% of your, it is 5, yeah, right? 5% of your royalties, which doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, if you ever make a game that makes a lot of money, it'll sound like a lot. And actually, it's even worse than how much you pay, because you also have to be issuing royalties to someone every quarter for the rest of your freaking life. Like, people do not understand how big of an undertaking that is. They really don't. It's like, however much you hate taxes, it's like you have 4 new tax seasons in addition to your normal taxes. It's not fun. Ariel's and have you guys ever thought of doing an MMORPG? Never, ever, 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 ever. Never, ever. I have absolutely no interest in multiplayer games. I feel like I'm more likely to start a plumbing company than make a multi. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I'm like that, but I just have never even been slightly tickled to want to make a multiplayer game. So definitely no interest in making an MMO, which is great because single player games are easier to sell, I think, than multiplayer games, because multiplayer games you need a launch with a significant, you need to have players and then they can die, and single player doesn't have that issue. So it's very nice. TripAdvisor says, fun fact, you can implement Conway's game of life in Photoshop using a 3-step macro. What is Conway's way of life? Every time you run the macro, it advances a frame. Interesting. Photoshop artboards might be a nice workflow for these sprites. Interesting. I have not tried that. Mobo, hello and welcome, says, when you decide to make a game, do you have time frames for development in your head? Or is it one of those things that you'll finish when you finish? We have time frames, but we always absolutely obliterate them. Like Eastshade's time frame was 2 years and it took 5. Glimmerwick's time frame, there's 2 time frames, the one I had in my head and the one Jacqueline had in her head. The one I had in my head was 2 years, But apparently Jacqueline tells me now that she never thought the game would take 2 years, and she always laughed at that idea. And she always knew it was going to be another 5-year thing. However, we've been in development for 7 years. So hopefully next game we ship in less than 5 years. That would be great. How about making an action RPG? No, not an action RPG. What is like, that is so Eastshade Studios. We have something very, very special. We make games with no combat. That is why I feel like that is why I'm on this earth. That is the only reason why I matter. That is the only reason why I feel like my games are important. At least my studio's games are important. And to take that and throw it in the trash and be generic does not interest me. Everyone is making games about combat. Everyone. So that is not why I'm here. And that is not what I want to do with my days. I want to do something that almost nobody else is doing, which is I want to make these incredible fantasy worlds with rich game loops that don't involve killing things. That's my mission in life. What about a co-op game? No, multiplayer. It's not multiplayer. I don't have any interest in multiplayer. That's just me. It's just to my taste. That's just my thing. So sad. No, it's not sad. Don't tell me that. I don't like. It's not sad that I'm not doing specifically what you want. People are losing their minds over Glimmerwick. They're absolutely losing their minds. We have 140,000 wish lists. People say stuff like, I'm screaming and I'm barfing and I can't handle it. That's actually a quote that I read the other day about people's excitement towards Songs of Glimmerwick. So there's absolutely nothing sad about Songs of Glimmerwick not being an MMO. Everyone has different taste. Everyone has a different cup of tea. Okay, I'm almost caught up here. No, I know what you're saying, but well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's not the kind of game that you want. But it is, I don't feel like I've never done that. I feel like I've never looked at a game that is completely not the game that I want and be like, I wish this was a game that has nothing to do with the game that it is. I guess maybe just the art. You like the art and you wish that the art went to a game that you're interested in. But I'm sorry, it doesn't. So here we go. We've got the key, and I don't think that this is going to do it yet. I think we need to put it in the atlas. So in a second, I'll open the atlas, but I'll load the game and see if we can make this work. But MMORPGs are so different. They're like, I think there's a reason why the quests always suck in MMORPGs. That's our thing. We're like that. This is why people like Eastshade Studios games. It's because we have good quests. I know it is. Even people that don't realize it, even people that think it's for some other reason, I know that the reason why people care about our games is because we have good quests. And MMORPGs, and actually just all multiplayer games, questing is really hard in multiplayer games. It just doesn't make sense. It's just really hard to find a system that works well. So it's kind of like throwing a wrench in our best feature as a studio. Been playing MMORPG since I was very young. It really always has really bad quests. It's mostly about the people you meet. That's where the fun begins. Yeah. And I think that people who make MMORPGs know that. It's so hard to get people playing together. Like the multiplayer is so difficult. Just as a technical challenge, it consumes so many of your resources. I think it's also hard to like make amazing quests as well. And then I think that having people with you, they're going to steal the show. You know, you're hanging out with your friends. They're going to steal the show. It's going to be really hard to make quests to accommodate that and sort of insert themselves. Because people also don't want to read anything when they're with their friends. You know, they're not going to want to sit there and read or listen to an NPC talk. It's like, shut up. We're hanging out right now. You're not part of this. So I think coming from that place, also, even if the quests were good, they're not going to hit the same as they would in a single player game where you can take all the players' attention. So again, it's just another reason why Eastshade Studios is just the worst, the absolute worst person to be making multiplayer games. It's just so against our DNA, which is that we make great quests. Okay, so here we don't have the sprite, and I expected that. I just wanted to make sure to confirm, you know, it is the Atlas that is pulling the sprite. So yeah, exactly. You've got that issue too. Everyone is the main character. Although I do wonder why MMOs even choose the hero trope, given the core conceit of the game. Sick of all the friend slop games going viral on Steam. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everyone, right? Fortunately, Steam is pretty good at showing you the games you want to play. So, but yeah, friend slop or co-op which isn't maybe a nicer word for it. It's not our thing. Just take all the strengths of Eastshade Studios and throw them into the trash. That's basically what making a co-op game would be for us. So let me find that Atlas that Jenny was talking about. Dark Key Atlas. So that's the one. And I think we just need to modify it directly. So I don't have it checked out. Let me open it, show and explore. And I wish I could just add, it's not packing this Atlas, right? No, it's not. So I don't ever remember adding a single key to this. So I don't exactly know. Well, I'm pretty sure we added that one. I don't think that they had that tan colored. That seems like very specific to Glimmerwick. So I don't really know. I didn't chop this up. I know that. So it either came to me chopped up or Unity is chopping it up for me. But it doesn't look, it's not being packed by Unity, right? Oh, we have all these elements here. Oh, no, that's not what we're doing. Let's add a new inspector. Add tab inspector. And here we go. So there's nowhere that's like referencing sprites. So I think we just add it to here. So why don't we do that? Let's just see how this goes. Okay, it's the perfect size, so that's nice. And I'll just cozy it up here. Oh, this is probably a square, so let me just try to keep it in line there. No, these are on there. These are on there, and I made these. So something is packing this. Something is packing this. I'm not supposed to be messing with this. No, sir, I'm not supposed to be messing with this. But so something. I'm feeling so stupid right now. Okay, I did not touch this file. So somebody, and I didn't touch the sprite editor. Button images, there's nothing in button images. Maybe it's this Atlas. Yeah, look, these are outputting to the Dark Key Atlas. Okay. So what's going on here? Is it Dark Key Atlas updated, Atlas 1? It's so complicated. I don't see any references to sprites. So maybe dark keys. Maybe I just need to read. I didn't do anything. So Jenny must have added this herself. Let me see if somebody touched this actual file. It should be XB1 square and it's in keys dark. So let's go into sprites probably. Input resources. Input resources. Keys dark. Let me look through the history of this. Key underscore, oops. Key underscore PS, here's one. Okay, let me look at the history. All right, so seems like Jenny made this at some point. One of these though I made. It seems like I was the last one to touch this file, so. But it seems like Jenny added it. So somehow somebody is pointing to this folder and generating this. It's gotta be. Oh, I'm so confused. Gotta be. And I can tell that it's the one we made because there's this little divot. It's probably, you guys probably can't see it. There's this little divot right here in the top of the circle, and I saw that same divot. Let me see if I can go through this again. Okay. If you open the list, you'll see all the keys that are different for each language's keyboard. All right, beautiful. Okay. I've added another variable called keycode file name because Unity won't let me name a file with a lot of these. All right. Each keycode file name variable needs to have an image in the dark key atlas PNG file. That's the one we're trying to do right now. A PNG file in the keys dark folder. That's what we just added. And then also a white transparent PNG version. Okay, it needs to be labeled key underscore whatever the, okay, key code file name variable is. That's what we did. In the atlas and in each folder, the O icon will need to be labeled. Okay, very good. Some of them already have an icon. Okay. The icons we need are in key code name, right? Perfect. Okay, I've changed the code so that it should work once you've added the icons. She said something about regenerating. The, there's nothing, I read the whole thing, right? I thought she said something about regenerated. Maybe it was the other card. Maybe it was here. Oh, it's the Key Dark Atlas PNG that needs updating with new icons, and then the TM Pro Atlas needs regenerating. The update sprite asset button doesn't work. It's the Dark Key Atlas PNG file that needs updating with the new icons. And then the TM Pro Atlas needs regenerating. How is this Atlas being updated? I don't know. I'm literally too stupid. I'm just too freaking stupid. What? So here's the Atlas. This is resources. We're referencing this Atlas. Is this a Unity Atlas? This is an Atlas import. But how is it pointing to? How is it finding all these? Okay, sprite mode is multiple, fine. Okay. How is it finding what we need here? There's button images, which I'm pretty sure has nothing in it. I don't get it. Okay, let's find our umlaut. And let's see, is there like some kind of sprite single, physics shape, advanced, and I don't see a spot where we're like pointing it to an atlas. Maybe it's in this? No. I don't know. At any rate, it does seem like this is a little thick. I'm having second guessing myself. Okay. Let's export, quick export as PNG. Oh, I guess the only other thing I could check is if Jenny added them manually. Or if she did something to the file. So I will check that. Okay. Let's just copy this name. Put it in here. Oh, now you show it to me. Okay. Yep, replace it. So let's go to our atlas. The dark key atlas, I'm going to look at the history in Perforce. The file is in just assets resources straight up. So assets resources, dark key atlas, PlayStation controller. So she did change the file, and she changed that file recently. But how did she add to it? Did she really just open it up and add to this atlas? Let's go to the sprite editor. Maybe it does it automatically. It does look a little bit like it could have been done like that. Come on, let's open it in Photoshop. Let's be reasonable here. But it just is a little bit insane to be adding these by hand, right? They're definitely not spaced out evenly, so maybe they really were just added there by hand, which is like, I don't know, it feels like we could probably have something a little bit less labor intensive than that, but let's see what Unity does now that we have a new one. Okay. I feel like I just have to ask her. Slice automatic, delete existing. This is scary. This is back key 88. Let's go. I don't know how it would get the names, but I guess we'll just do auto slice. Okay, sliced it, apply. Let's see if it's going to change. So back key 88, Key 89. Nope, it messed it all up. Okay, so let's revert. Revert. MJ Paul asks, how did it feel when you abandoned everything to start doing this? It was one of the best years of my life, honestly. I was just so excited to be working on Eastshade. Yeah, it was just really, it's really fun. I couldn't wait to get up every day. Never been so excited. But I had a lot of risk tolerance, and I was young, and I had money saved up and stuff. And I had a lot of skills already because I had a background in AAA. Save that PNG, and then let's... Oh, that's weird. Come on now. For some reason, it's not saving, so let me just see if I can give it a little prod. The disk copy was changed. Do you want to save anyway? Yep, I do. Okay, let's see if there's some sort of way to do this in a non-destructive way. So there's delete existing, there's smart, and then there's safe. Let's be smart and try slicing. Okay, so it definitely sliced the new one. And now let me try applying. Okay, and I'm just hoping, yep. So it did stick it in there, and I think it kept everything else correct. So we also maybe could have done safe. I don't know if that would have got the job done. Let me what happens if I delete this? I don't even think I can. Doesn't seem like it'll let me. Okay, there, we deleted it. And then let me apply. Okay. And now let me try doing slice safe. Slice. Slice. Oh, it did it so fast. It was so easy for it. Okay, seemed like that worked as well. Cool. Okay, well, I'm reasonably pleased with that. So, shouldn't be too bad to just go through and name those. I can work with that. But now we've got to get to it. So, we've got to find the name here, and we should be able to name this, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, apply. Here we go. Now I'm thinking, so that the TM Pro, what did she actually have to do, I wonder, to generate it? I still don't think it's going to work because she did mention that it needs to be generated. Needs updating with new icons, and then TM Pro Atlas needs regenerating. The update sprite asset button doesn't work. So let's find the TM Pro sprite atlas. Meta Shift Master, hello, welcome. Which game engine are you using? We are using Unity. Good old fashioned, tried and true Unity. So I'm assuming that this is yeah, she's saying update sprite asset doesn't work. So what exactly needs to be regenerated here? It's, okay, dark key atlas PNG file. And then the TM Pro Atlas needs regenerating. The update sprite asset button doesn't work. Needs regenerating. So how does the Atlas regenerate, I wonder? Is the Atlas updated? I don't know exactly what to do to update it. I'm assuming, though, that the game's not just going to work, but I'll try it. Rainy Robot Dev, thank you very much for the follow. I'm not sure how I missed that follow. I think maybe my sound was just off or something. I'm a new game developer, therefore using GDevelop. I can't even say I've heard of GDevelop. Okay, let's go to the main menu and load our bristlecone save that we made. Great many of these things to do. Just want to get one working. Just get one working here. And I really don't think it's going to work. It didn't. So we need to regenerate the atlas. And I don't know how. Maybe I just have to Google it. How to regenerate a sprite atlas TM Pro. Select the sprite atlas and click pack preview in the inspector. But what select the sprite atlas for TextMesh Pro. And I wonder how is this, I don't even know how this sprite atlas is being referenced, but I don't see anything called pack preview. And I don't know the name of the file for the sprite atlas. Is there like a TM Pro? Well, first of all, like what is the, I don't even know what data type this is. Okay, it is using the TextMesh Pro sprite. So I know, I'm pretty sure that this is the right one. Let's look at our ITCAF font and see if it's referencing an atlas. It doesn't, oh, ITCAF SDF atlas, but this is a font atlas. And I don't see the images on there. So that's a different kind of atlas. It's not that I need to regenerate the entire, no, that can't be it. I'm just going to have to ask her. DB Robs asks, who works on the game design? You, your wife, or both? I'd say we both do. Yeah, we both do. But Jacqueline is the, I would say she's the lead designer of everything. And she's the lead content designer and really the lead systems designer and stuff. Oh boy, why am I too stupid? I don't know what, font atlas we're using here. I wonder if I go to the modal, if there's a place to reference it. So let's go to the modal and go to the body. And so here is our font assets. I wonder if it's in extra settings or something. There's a sprite asset. So I wonder if there's like some global settings where we're using the sprite asset. So TMP underscore sprite asset. I have to imagine TMP underscore sprites asset. Is that's not even a data type. TMP underscore sprites space. What's going on? No, there's no, we can't have it. So I don't know. I just don't know. maybe in the global settings, project settings for TextMesh Pro. TextMesh Pro settings. We've got our default font asset. Here's our default sprite asset. That's got to be it. So here's the updated version. All right, so how do we get it to generate? How do we get it to generate? Check out, okay, update sprite asset. So she said that doesn't work. Character table. We could search. Okay, well, it's in there now. Maybe it worked for me for some reason. Let's go default start anywhere. All right. And I don't know if it's going to work. I'll send. Hello, welcome back. Says lucky to have caught this stream. Hope you and the team are doing well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wondering how you feel working on the game. What I'm assuming is the latter half developments. Yeah, definitely the latter half. Imagine it's bittersweet seeing it come to an end after all these years. No, I mean, for me, I am just excited to finish the game. I'm not going to be sad that we don't get to work on it anymore. I'll just be excited and proud. And I think Jacqueline feels the same way. Occasionally we might feel like, oh man, there's something we wish we could have put in the game that we never got around to. We'll maybe have those types of feelings, but we also know that we prioritized the best we could, and we worked on the game for way longer than we should have, and we spent way more money than we should have, and we made it way bigger than we made it as big as we could have. We spent every penny that we had on it. So we really did the best we could. The only maybe loose change is that we could have been working harder. And currently we're working as hard as we physically can. We haven't been doing that for the entire 7 years. We've been just working normal for most of the time. But now we're working like our lives are on the line, and every day is just a grueling crunch, and we work every minute. We don't have a single minute of free time right now. And it won't be until we launch. And it's a little bit horrible, but it's also exciting. So it keeps us going, that we feel like we're working towards something. And then with, of course, my son and our baby coming as well. I said that weird. Our son and our new baby coming. It's gonna be really hard. Okay, this key still didn't work. I don't know how to do it. I wish I knew how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to do. I'll just do maybe all the rest of the keys and then leave a message for Jenny saying I don't know how to do it. The only annoying part is if I can't even get one working, what if I'm doing it wrong and there's some kind of change I need to make to the other ones? That's the only annoying part. Thank you, keeping track of this act. Well, thank you. I don't know why it's not working. She said you need to regenerate. I mean, I see it in there, but I don't see it working, so I'll just have to add all the other ones. I think there's nothing to do but to add all the other ones. Okay, so let's go back to our thing here. Now this one's weird. She says some we already have like Y. So these aren't just the ones we need. Because some of them we already have everything we need, I assume. Let me go back to the other card. Okay, some of them we already have an icon. Okay, our Z key is their Y key. We already have key underscore Y icons. Okay. There are also a few that we don't have that we probably should. All right. So I'll just have to go through and make like this one. I'll copy this. Let's undo. Just paste this in. Okay, we'll export as PNG. It's already in the correct folder. That pleases me. And we will copy this name. Save. I'll copy this in to the atlas. Get it as close as I can. Okay, save that. Oops. Right, we just need to crush it down and save it. And then, I don't know, should I put them all on the atlas? Yeah, I guess we'll put them all on the atlas and then go through and name them all. Okay, so Z we already have. Okay, cool. So we don't have all of them to do, just a few of them. Okay, we definitely need this one. Export, PNG. Let's go back into Unity. Grab here. Go back into Photoshop. Save. Crush it down. Control C, Control V. Stick it in there. Why do we just have an A? Do we really have every letter on here? Oh my God, I think we do. They're all just hidden in there. Q, R, U, V, T. Because they're just all in there. I don't see a Y. Surely we have one though. Oh, there it is right there. I'm just an idiot. Okay. Next. Above right click. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Plus. Now this one, I don't know if we have a plus. So it should be key underscore plus. We do have a plus. We must. That's kind of, wow. It's a very tall one. I'm not sure we have a plus in our actual keys dark. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, there's one in keys dark. So I wonder, is that one on the atlas? It's getting kind of hard to find them. There it is. It's right there. Okay, so we do have that one. Next. We definitely don't have one of these. This is crazy. What Jenny did here is so hard, so confusing. All the different key codes and stuff, so confusing. And then I just have to go like a monkey and put these in. Okay. export, quick export as PNG. And now I need to get that. As it, whatever this is called, save in there, and then copy it into our atlas. It seems like we'll have enough space for all this. Okay, smash it down and save it. All right. Next. Quote. I'm sure we have a quote, but let's just check. Underscore quote. No, we don't. Quote. So it should be like key underscore A. We're getting all the others. So what we need is quote. I don't think we have a quote, which is really weird. And what kind of quote is it? The English code is equals, but we need a quote. So I guess I'm just going to look, what does the German quote key look like? German quote key, because that should tell us what it needs to look like. Come on now. There's no way. This is not a German keyboard. This is some weird thing. So what is going on? Is it like, I am so confused right now. Like, what does the German quote key look like? Let me just try type in German quote key sprite. Well, which one is it supposed to do? What am I supposed to do here? I don't know what it looks like. German quotation marks. Okay. And we're not getting anything as to what the key should look like. The English code is equals, and the key code is right bracket. So what is it? German quote key right bracket. I just need to find a key that makes sense. What we're actually talking about. I don't understand what this image is. I really don't. That just keeps popping up over and over again. Like, what am I even looking at here? What is the correct way to denote a quotation in German? With US International Keyboard selected as input source. What the heck? All right, just show me a German keyboard. We're just going to look through every single. Nothing is making any sense to me at all. So here we're looking at a real German keyboard. And okay, it's got to be this button right here. But we already had an A. So then what are we looking at here? German quote key. Moreau says, isn't it just okay, those images are a shift layer of the Mac keyboard. Interesting. But here's like the A has quotes on it. So I'm going to copy this character that Moreau made. Is this different than the normal, or than the, I shouldn't say normal, than the English? Yeah, it is. It looks different. Like if I put it in Notepad and paste it, that one is definitely different. So I just don't see the key. Like, I don't know what sprite I should make here, because I don't know what the actual key looks like that will make. I know what the key code is. Okay, maybe it's this one right here. Is it like, that would make sense. Now this makes sense why it would be the right bracket key. But should I make the key look like that? Like, should I put those brackets on it? I don't actually know how to make the key look. Let me look for here's the U and it's back quote and left bracket. The English code is left bracket. But oh my gosh, it's like so confusing. So confusing. I just don't know what to put for these keys. Let me get more images of German keyboards. So for this one, see, this one doesn't even have a quote on it. This one looks completely different. This one looks literally completely different. Ugh. Well, maybe I should ask, where is the German quote key? I'm feeling so stupid and so upset right now. Okay. So this is a Mac thing. I don't know what sprite to do. I'm seeing a million different things. A million different things. On the top, of what? I need to do a sprite that players will understand what key it corresponds to on a German keyboard. I'm seeing like 20 different German keyboards. I mean, okay, so this one is a different layer on Mac. Thank you, Moreau. But like, why is this so different? Why is this so different from this? To the right of P, we have this U character and this asterisk. How come on this keyboard to the right of P? Okay, here's the U character. Is that an asterisk right there? Is that, okay, it must be. So I'm just reading it wrong. Just a quote. On the top, the 2 key. Okay, the 2 key. Is it supposed to be a quote key that shows up when you hold shift or something like that? I don't think so. Because there's no shift keys in this. This is just like the game when you have you go to the remappable input options menu and you click a field and it asks you to press a key and you press a key. And if you press, I don't know which key, but I'm thinking it must be the 2 key. If you press that 2 key, then maybe, then what sprite will show up when it does a tutorial prompt for that key? Because it's really weird, and there's so many weird things about it, like the English code is equals. Okay, well, maybe the English code doesn't matter. I'm looking on my keyboard. Like, the equals, this is on an English keyboard, this is where the equals is, and I'm seeing quotes. So maybe it makes sense that this is the key that we're talking about here. And if we look at the actual key code, it's right bracket. Well, I don't see any right bracket on this key, so I don't know why it would be right bracket. I don't know why that's the key code. Yeah. I don't know. I do not know what key. I'm just going to do these. Okay, let's see. In every other situation, let's see. So here's one that I absolutely know. That's the A. So, or whatever this thing is called. It's the A. And on my keyboard, the A is a quote. Is it even a quote? Yeah. No, it's not. It's a semicolon. So what is even going on? So the English code is a quote on this A. Wait, no. KL. So K and L are in the same spot. And my KL. Oh, right. No, it is. And then the semicolon is where this O is. And then only to the right, it's an A. Okay. So the English code is where the key is on the English keyboard. So that should tell us everything. So we're looking for where the equal sign is on the English keyboard, which is this. Yes, you're correct. It's the back quote thingy. Burnett and Game says quote key is on the 2 on a German keyboard. I think it means the single quote thing, though. I think it means these. Okay, and then there's an extra key, so that's making it extra confusing. It's got to be these. It just has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense, because all of these others, wherever it says English code, then I can look on an American keyboard or an English keyboard and see where the key is. So that, I think that makes the most sense. So I'm going to do these little ticky things and just hope it works. Okay, that took forever. What? I don't even know. I have no idea what that character even is. Why don't I do like German keyboard simulator? Okay. Here we go. It's this key. Let me remove that. This key. Okay. It looks totally different. I'm so upset. It's like, why does it look different again? What is even going on? This one looks different too. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Oh my God. How are there 20 different German keyboards? Has to be that one, but I just don't know what to put. What can I put that people understand? Moro asks, solved? I thought it was, but apparently not. I think it's always double quote for use in texts over there. I have a German keyboard. What do you need? It's very complicated because I don't exactly know what I need. I don't exactly know what I need. All we know is that the key code name is quote, which tells us not much. You can look at the other key code names. We've got the AZ here. Okay, that one makes sense. But this one just says quote. And the only clue we have is, well, the key code is right bracket. I have not seen any right brackets that, I don't know why the key code is right bracket. It doesn't make any sense to me. It might just be because of where it is on an English keyboard. But then the English code is equals. So I just don't know. I don't know what it wants. But if I had a German keyboard, all I would do is I would plug it into my computer and I would go to the options. I would go to the options setting. I don't think that simulator is correct, says Moro. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Actually, Fernet, you have a German keyboard. Is this what your keyboard looks like, or is this garbage? This is saying it's a German keyboard simulator, but it might be some weird ass German keyboard that no German person actually has. Because I'm not understanding, like this looks correct to me. But these keys up here are very strange. It does not matching to any other German keyboard. Is that what you have to the left of your backspace? Do you have a hash or a pound or whatever you want to call it? Close, but no. Okay. Is this what your keyboard looks like? This image right here, this kind of beige, old-timey looking keyboard. Do you have these little tick thingies next to your backspace? What I would do if I had a German keyboard is I would go to controls and I would click one of these buttons and it says press anything, and then I would press the key. Look at that. So I'm in German mode. And I don't even, it must be language settings. I'm in keyboard layout German mode. And I pressed the plus button on my keyboard and it's saying I pressed quote. So I just need to know what that key looks like. I'm going to send you a picture on Discord. Oh no, I'm not going to make you do that. I think that's... it just has to be this. It just does. I just don't know what else it'd be, but I appreciate that, Fernet. Thank you. Yeah, I can't think of anything else it'd be. So I don't know what characters those are. Okay, characters to the left of backspace on German keyboard. Okay, those two accents. So we're going to throw this one out. This is weird. This one's weird. Got a weird one. And the one we're actually going to use is, it's got to be that one. Yeah, it's these little quote ticky symbols. I just don't know what character it is. It acts as a dead key. Okay, producing accented characters. Let's see. That is the single quote, yes. Okay, right next to the B is the single quote. Let me just type like German single quote. And is it both the quote, like this key right here, are those both quote? I'm just going to draw them. I'm honestly just going to draw them because I don't know what character it is. And I don't know how to produce the character. And I'm wasting so much time on this. So I'm just going to go like this. I'm just going to make little white. Little white dashy thing. And I'm going to go look at my reference. And I'm just going to go put one right here. I'm going to turn this off. And I'm going to put another one down here. And I don't exactly know if they should go on the left side or the right side. It seems like every keyboard is completely different. Here's another German keyboard. And this one, okay, so this is Wikipedia. And it just seems to have, there it is. So I'm hoping that a German will know what key this is. Let me just try to make it. Maybe my quote is a little bit long. But I'm hoping that a German would know what key that is. Seems like theirs are a little bit more slanted like this. It looks like it. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, there are the characters. Thank you, Rasta. I wonder how close I got here. All right, we'll use that. That's better. So there's one. And then we'll do the other one up here. Thank you. I really appreciate that. This has been honestly a humiliating experience. Okay. So I'm just looking at the key. And it really seems like it is, for whatever reason, this is pretty far up there. And this is really quite in the middle. But I'm going to save that now. Merge layers. I'm going to export as PNG. And it's just key quote like that. And then I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste it into this. And merge it down and save it. And then I'm going to undo all this stuff. So we have our text back. And we're going to carry on. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. And Rasta says, yes, that's right. I have a German keyboard. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for all your help. Really floundering on that. Schrodinger's key. Burnett says, but don't put both. One is just the key press and the other is shift plus the key. I think that that's fine though. Like, because if you look at some of our other keys, again, it's not, the key is not representing a character. It's actually representing the key, not the character. Like, look at this. Here is our English 0 has a parenthesis on it as well, because the game asks you to press a key. It doesn't ask for a character. It asks to press a key. And as an American user, if I pressed 0, then the input sprite that corresponds to what I pressed. So if I ever got a tutorial prompt for that action, it would show me this key and I would know exactly what that means, because that's exactly how the key on my keyboard looks. So I'm hoping that for a German, this sprite, every German will see this and know exactly what key to press. I'm hoping that that works. Okay. Oh boy, howdy. I don't know why that felt so hard. That took everything I had. Now this one should, I'm feeling more confident now. The pound sign is this one. And the English code is backslash. So I look at my keyboard and I see roughly where backslash is. And it's all a little squirrely because actually we have an extra few keys over here. So I'm pretty sure that that is the key that we need to be doing. Yeah, that's got to be it. So we just need a pound sign, and I don't know what this little thing is up here. Does anyone know what that little thing is? Is that just like a single quote, or? I'll scale this down a little bit. Okay, cool. I will copy that character. Thank you. Thank you, Rasta. Okay, like encoding. All right, awesome. Beautiful. We'll stick that right there. And that hopefully looks just like the key. That everyone will know what that is, what key that is supposed to be. Let's even do 14. I'll make this 14 as well. Okay. Merge. And then I'm just going to copy the name of the key from Unity, which is hash. And then I will export this as a PNG and we'll call it key hash, which is confusing because I don't know what would happen. Ideally, as an American, I should never be able to get this key to show up because this key doesn't exist on my keyboard. And I think that it would never show up because it would always be perceived as a 3. So I'm hoping that that will work. Okay, so let's undo that. Oh, actually, I will redo that. Oops, redo that. And then Control A, Control C, and paste the key here. And we'll save that atlas. And I'll keep undoing until we have, there we go, that again. Next key. So then we have the minus, which is the English key code is a slash. So looking back at the German keyboard, we've got the minus right next to the shift. And for me, that is a slash. So it would make perfect sense if this was the key that we're doing. So we've got 2 different minuses on that keyboard. And I don't really know what the difference is. Maybe one is an M dash or something. But for me, I guess I'll just put a minus. We'll make it a little smaller. 15. That seems a little too small. But maybe we'll just put 17 underscore. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. You've been very helpful. Okay. So the bottom one has to be a minus. The top one has to be an underscore. So looking at the German keyboard again, seems like they're sort of left aligned. So I'm going to make sure mine look kind of left aligned. There, that looks just like the key. And I'll merge it all down. I'll export. And just verifying the key as minus. Save. And then Control A, Control C, Control V. Okay. Does every game do this? German players, do you guys, when you remap keys, can you press any random key and the game will give you a sprite that looks just like your key? Or is this like above and beyond? Are we completely insane? Are we doing this the stupid way? I wonder, maybe just, I guess people probably don't remap keys that much, so it might be the case that Germans don't really know what happens when you when you specifically press a German key to be remapped. Okay. That's it for German. That's all the keys. So let's move on here. There's nothing in Russian. There's unfortunately a few in Portuguese. But they all, oh no, they're not all actually that simple. So yeah, we have Spanish. We got quite a few and a lot of confusing ones as well. These ones are the hardest because I need to go hunt down exactly what the key looks like. But first, let's handle the Portuguese. So this one's easy. I know just what to do for this one. All right. Let's close the German and let's get this export. Okay, let's smash it down. Control A, Control C, Control V. And I hope we can fit everything here. We should be able to. Okay, there's one. And then we've got the tilde. So we need a Portuguese keyboard. I don't trust any of these ones anymore. I'm only going to look for a real image of a real Portuguese keyboard. And I see right there, we've got our special C character, although it also looks a lot like an American keyboard. So it looks like it's like an American keyboard first, but maybe that'll be helpful for us. So now I'm looking for the tilde. What does the tilde key look like? Let's look for the English. It's a quote. So looking at the quote, okay, so it looks like there's a tilde and an up caret. Is that correct? Yeah, tilde and an up caret. And we don't have an up caret anywhere else, right? Left bracket quote, okay. All right, so it should be, the key we want should look like the tilde and up caret. And that is what I'm gonna put on the right side there. Tilde and up caret. So let's go into Photoshop and let's undo all that, and we'll do our tilde. And well, yeah, we should make it a little smaller, I think. 16. Maybe it'll be more readable if it's bigger. 18. And it's just kind of on the side here for whatever reason. And up caret. So then we're going to do another text. Got our up caret. That looks pretty huge. Let's go 16 on that. All right. So now we crunch all those down. Merge layers and go back into Unity. And we've got to get the tilde. File export, quick export is PNG. And key tilde. Oh, we already have a tilde. I don't know what to do about that. So what would key tilde look like? That's going to look wrong to a Portuguese person. So I'm going to just save it, I guess. What is the language code for Portuguese? Come on, you know what I mean. PTBR, that's what it was. PT. I'll just do PT. Okay, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do about this, and I don't even know if it matters. But I will include this key because I already made it, so might as well have it on there. And if Portuguese people are getting the wrong sprite, that actually might be a problem because that is right where, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what their key says. Okay. Maybe I'll put to Jenny, I think it will be a problem that we already have a sprites key underscore tilde, but Portuguese also wants a key underscore tilde, but their key doesn't look like ours. Theirs has an up caret on it. I made a key underscore tilde dash pt just in case. Okay. That is what I called it, right? Tilde PT. Yeah. All right. Next. So we've got the tilde right bracket. And for English, that should be the backslash. So there's my backslash. That's weird. Right bracket. I mean, there's definitely going to be a right bracket. So we probably shouldn't make the right bracket key that looks like, I don't know, the Portuguese version. We already have a key for right bracket. So I'm just going to let it, there's quite a few of these. There's obviously going to be one for semicolon too. Like their semicolon's not going to look like ours. The other tilde one, for what language is it? It should be English. Agio Studios, hello and welcome. Yeah, all the sprites we have right now are for an English keyboard, so that's going to be like 98% of users. So if a Portuguese person is asked to, I don't even know. It's so confusing for me. I would just have to hook up a Portuguese keyboard and see what happens, I think. You'll have the same issue with C and Spanish keyboard. Okay. Not in the same place. So the places should be okay because Jenny has made it so that you have different keyboards. Actually, let me ask you guys this, because we have a lot of international people watching right now. At least 3 Germans, or at least 3 German people with a German keyboard. Let me ask you this. In the options menu of a video game, and maybe this is not even something you've ever looked at, but has anyone ever seen an option like this? A keyboard layout option? Because we have made one, and we have made it default to your system language. So, you know, Germans will, when the game starts for the first time, it will be default to the German keyboard. And we have adjusted all the keys to work with the German keyboard. Is this weird? Does anyone mess with this? To be honest, this seems way too much, says Fernet. Interesting. But how do other games do it? I don't know. Maybe other games just don't use as many keys as we're using. Well, okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my comments. I'm going to say edit. Oh, actually, I'll make a new comment. Were a lot of keys that have this problem. Same key code and want the same sprite name, but keys look totally different in different languages. So for now, I'm just going to leave all the English key sprites. A Portuguese person's key sprite will probably look a bit wrong but still have a tilde on it. Did I spell Portuguese wrong? Okay, no, I didn't. There's just too many of them. Okay, no, never. We don't need to set up a layout in games, but is it defaulting to one? Is it defaulting to one that you're not aware of? I wonder. But you don't. But I guess the important part is you don't have an option for it. So if you are, if it is defaulting to one, you are. It's happening behind the scenes. Agio asks, there are different types of keyboard layouts. Oh boy, howdy, are there? There definitely are. They are very different. It is absolutely mind-bending. I mean, not every single language, but many of the world's big languages have their own keyboards, and they are all scrambled up from an English keyboard. Okay. Sampless Fam says, IDK, I've played a lot of games that have an obscene amount of keys used. Interesting. Okay. Fikes, hello and welcome back. Long time no see. Shouldn't you just let users set hotkey itself? But what do I know? I don't know my keyboards. That's what we're trying to do. We're letting people have fully customizable input, but there needs to be some kind of a default, right? For instance, if you set your game up to WASD and you have a French keyboard, it's going to be trash. You won't even be able to play. It'll be completely messed up from the moment you open the game. So that I know for sure. I know for sure that when a French person opens up a game for the first time, it's not defaulting to WASD, right? It's defaulting to their whatever keys are in that spot, which is not WASD. And we've done that. Azerty keyboards, I think the French ones are called. So I know that, but what I don't know is if the games let users define their keyboard layout, because all the keyboards have different, even the keys are grouped, like I have 2 characters on each key, and the 2 characters that are on each key is different for each language. So the sprites are going to be all wrong. Sampless Fam, it sounds like a smart idea what you're doing though. Never even occurred to me other kinds of keyboards existed. Well, I mean, I would be lying if I said that I've always known that. I've definitely only learned that when shipping an international game for the first time, which was Eastshade. We very much learned that, tons of people were playing. We're like, what is this shit? How can we play? The input is completely impossible for us. So we needed multiple layouts. In Brazil, we have two keyboard options. Lovely. It makes it even more complicated. Agio says, I hadn't even thought about needing to do something like that. Thankfully, I haven't set up anything related to keyboard layouts. Okay. Let's carry on. I think that what we're going to have to settle for is the sprites will just be wrong for some keyboards. For instance, a Portuguese person, the sprite will be wrong. It will have our version of tilde, which has a little back quote on it. Theirs doesn't have a back quote on it. It has an up caret on it, but it should still have a tilde on it. So hopefully they'll see the sprite, which will look like an American tilde, which will have a tilde and a back quote. They will know exactly where it is, because I guess Portuguese people use tildes way more than us. And of course, their keyboard doesn't even have a key that looks like that. The only way that they are typing tilde is with their own tilde key, which has an up caret. So hopefully they'll just know what key to do, and hopefully it won't be too much of an issue. What software is this? Trello. Oh yeah, it's Trello is how we're tracking everything. Hello, Meow. Says Unity's input manager lets you map to physical keys rather than language specific keys. Unfortunately, we are using in control, which the Unity input wasn't even done, I think, when we started this game. So Okay, let's carry on. Actually, I'm going to be right back. Okay. Antonio, thank you very much for the kind words. All right, so we have a right bracket. We probably have a semicolon too. Yes, we have a semicolon key. Quetzop, thank you. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And there's the sound for it. I just saw it because I went over to thank for the follow and then I saw the sub. Thank you. Agio Studio says, have you ever used Unity tags in gameplay mechanics? What even are Unity tags again? I don't know. There's layers. Oh, these? No, I don't think we hardly. I mean, clearly we use it for something. There's a couple things that have tags, but yeah, I guess. I'm not really sure why these tags exist, but it's something that Jenny made, not me, so. Okay, so got the right bracket and the semicolon, so I'm not gonna worry about those. There is one called quote now. Of course, it's the German quote key, which is not gonna look like the Portuguese one. It's just gonna be wrong, but I'm not gonna make them all again. And then we have left bracket, which I doubt we have left bracket. And oh, actually we do have we're missing a key for left bracket here. So let's see. Let me see the atlas. Let's go into the sprite editor and find our left bracket. So the left bracket, given that that is clearly a English, well, actually, let's find out. Let's find out exactly what happens when I do left bracket. Okay. Let's head over here. Neodoza, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Let me also, I just turned on my light, so let me configure my video to not make me look so red as it likes to do. The brightness is always a bit low as the day goes on, and let me lower that saturation. Okay, apply, okay. So I'm gonna go to the options and I'm gonna go to language. I'm gonna turn it to English keyboard, done. And then I'm gonna go back into options and I'm gonna go into controls and we're gonna go to player menu, and I'm going to type left bracket. Okay, so there is something for left bracket. So really we should be doing an American left bracket. Agio says, I use them for puzzle mechanics in my project I'm working on through vibe coding. It's kind of annoying to work with. What is vibe coding? Some kind of AI thing? So we have left bracket. Oh yeah, that looks correct. But for some reason we don't have a dark version of this. So let's make one. Let's find our bracket. Semicolon. There's our bracket. Yeah, I guess I'll just scale it up. Don't know why it looks a little bit different, but we'll just scale it up here. Just so we can have a keys dark version of this. Vibe coding is working with an LLM to get code, but it can be kind of dumb depending on the language model, though I recently started using Grok, which isn't too bad. Can't even imagine making a whole game with AI. Okay. Quick export. This is going to be right bracket. Yep, right bracket. Oh my God, get the hell out of here. What are you doing? Okay. Right bracket, save, and then I'll just flip the image because I don't want to find the other one. And export as left bracket. Okay. And now I'll just undo all that because we don't need that crap in here. Cool. Okay. Agio says, at some point I want to learn C#, but that's something I haven't gone to yet. Gotcha. Okay, so now we should have the bracket keys in keys dark. Oh, all of these new PNGs need to have the correct import settings because they do not at the moment. Okay, this should be 2D and UI. Sprite mode single. All right. Dark Keys Atlas. Got a bunch of them to name here, but we'll hold off. Okay. So right bracket, there we go. All right, Portuguese is done. Spanish. I don't know what to do about this because these ones don't have any key code file names. So yeah, I don't know. French has 1 million. All right. Now, why does French have so many keys that we already have, like M? Oh, I guess. Okay, that's fine. So we don't need to put those in. Equals, surely we already have an equals, right? Kind of. I guess this key doesn't actually exist in the keys dark. Oh boy, there's so many things to do. Okay, fortunately Japanese doesn't have any, so it's really just French that's left. Well, with the exception of Spanish. Let's look for the key for this for Spanish, the upside down question mark. Spanish keyboard. Images. So here's a Spanish keyboard. Okay, so it's on the same key as the one. So I don't think we need these. And this is a real life Spanish keyboard, right? No. Like the E is showing a euro. That's not right. I'm just going to hope that we don't need anything for this. We'll see. We do have a key code name for that particular type of N. So is that particular type of N on a Spanish keyboard? No. Okay, I don't understand. Maybe most Spanish keyboards are like Spanish combo. Oh no, there's the N. Okay, so Spanish keyboards really do have a special key for the N in the place of the semicolon. Key code file name. I'll say, first of all, we'll go here. The TM Pro Atlas. Don't know where to click to make it update. Okay. Also, the Spanish. I'll just make sure I get this right. The Spanish special keys. Sarfoot, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, I missed the hype train because it never plays a sound for the hype train anymore. It's really a bummer for the hype trains. Okay. Your community contributed a total of 1 sub gift. Somebody gifted a sub. Well, thank you for that. The Spanish. name variables, I think we're calling them. Spanish key code file name. Spanish key code file name fields are blank. Is that on purpose? All right. But the French ones aren't, so we have no excuses to not do the French ones right now. Other than it's just really hard to keep going. What I wanted to do, and I knew this would take a long time, so I do want to take a break to fix this bug, and then we'll come back to it and hopefully feel a little bit refreshed. So here's a screenshot. So she's getting stuck right here. And Jenny says, I can replicate by moving from the right of the screen to the left, moving against the table. Okay, so let's try to repro it. We're going to go developer start settings. And then I'm going to place the player. Over here. Tide Hunter, hello, says you have Discord. I do have Discord. And do you mean, do I have a Discord for our game? We do. We have a Discord for the game. Eastshade Studios Discord. Here is our Discord. Daka, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see if we can repro this bug. Okay, I can never repro collision bugs. Replicated by moving from the right of the screen to the left, moving against the table collider. Once you get to the right place, you can't move in any direction. Might be because my frame rate is too good or something. There's some weird collision going on here. Actually don't know what I'm getting caught up on. But clearly nothing I want. Is there 1-1 collision here? Is that what's happening? Because that would be bunk. Let's take a look. So let's go window, analysis, physics debugger. Okay, yeah, there's tons of things with collision on there. That's easy. I don't even need to repro that. I know that there's only one thing that could be. Look at all the stuff that shouldn't have collision. Okay, that should be really easy. I think just all those shadows have collision and they shouldn't. Agio says, how long did this take to make? Myself and 2 other full-time developers have been working on this game for 7 years. Actually, I have a video. You can watch on YouTube. I'm gonna go to videos, and it cost us an awful lot of money to make as well. We are full-time game developers. This video we released recently with our demo, and it sort of covers the development journey of Songs of Glimmerwick. Okay, let's see here. Perfect. Very good. Actually, folks, I will be right back. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Okay. We are going into the Newt's Eye. Let's see. Newt's Eye interior. Open that. Let's check the collision. Agile Studios says, for me, it's taking about 3 years to get my project to be in a solid beta stage. Nice, nice. Faster than us. Lord Rosencruz, thank you very much for the follow. All right, so let's get these. There we go. They just shouldn't have mesh colliders on them. Those shadows. Easy cheesy. Do these ones have mesh colliders on them too? No, they don't. The glows don't, so that's nice. These ones don't. Very good. Should just be these. And we've got some shadows here as well. Okay, these ones don't seem to have mesh colliders, which is good. This one doesn't have a mesh collider either. Perfect. Shouldn't. No, we don't have 1-1 collision. Although I don't really actually know what is the collision. Oh, we have a box collider on it. We're fine. This one doesn't seem to have a shadow at all, which is peculiar. Don't really know why that is. You would think it would. It really should. Display case. Yeah, if it does have a shadow, it's submerged. No, it just doesn't have a shadow. That's interesting. Let's put a shadow underneath there. Oh, somebody stole its shadow, it looks like. It's been pilfered. Okay, let's give it a shadow. Because that'll show up in the reviews for sure. No, I'm kidding. Doesn't matter at all. Not anymore. Okay. Rock on. Welcome, welcome, Lord Rosen. Agile Studio says, on the other hand, I'm only a one-man team, so it will most likely take longer than it will for you to release your project. I suppose it depends on the scope of the game as well. Okay, so hopefully that should have solved that bug. Yeah, that one should be an easy one. And then I guess we can go back to keyboard layout stuff. Okay, we can't do Spanish, so it's really just the French. We should already have an equals, although we discovered we didn't have one of the necessary equals sprites. We have 3 different sprites we need to make, so I'll go ahead and grab the equals out of here, which is right here, and I'll just copy it. And paste it in here. Just make sure it roughly fills the area. Okay, and I'll go key. Yeah, it should just be underscore equals. Save. Okay, and undo that. Now moving on to the next one. So the A and the Z, those are normal. Caret, I imagine we don't have a caret. No, we don't have anything regarding caret. So let's look at a French keyboard. And I don't think we need to have an American caret because the American caret is not a primary key. That's 6, and that's, you only get to that with shift. So I don't think we need to put a key for that. So this really should be the French keyboard should dominate this key code, I'm pretty sure. Hi 99385, hello. Demo's looking good. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right. Appreciate the encouragement. We will try to keep it going. Like our lives depend on it. Because they do. They do depend on it. So here's the French keyboard. I don't know what those 2 little dots are. French 2 dots character. Okay, so that's just the top. So we're not going to find a character that just has 2 dots. That's just like a modifier. So that's fine. We'll make our own key here. So it's just going to be up caret. Up caret is the character, and then we just have those 2 little dots. Like this. Is that a soft brush? No, it's not. Honestly, they probably should be little squares. All right. So that looks pretty good. For whatever reason, it seems like on many keyboards, it's kind of over to the left. So I don't know why they have it like that, but we'll do ours like that as well. Okay. So we'll export this as, I think it was just called caret, right? Let's go back into Unity. It's called caret. Save, and then we'll smash this all down, merge layers, Control A, Control C, we'll back up there, and then we'll paste this in. And smash it down and save. Okay, moving along. Now, again, the French dollar, I'm pretty sure we should do it the French way because I don't think that this key code will ever show up for an English keyboard. So I think we should do that key over there. I'm not sure why some of them have asterisks and some of them don't, but I'm going to trust the real picture. I think that has served me well. I'll always trust the real picture. What is that even? Okay, open image in new tab there. What is that? It's like a little square. I don't even know what that is. No idea. Well, I don't, it seems like every French keyboard has it, except for this weird one. And that is it's kind of weird that That's the pound, right? Okay, dollar and a pound. Maybe we should just do a dollar sign. Maybe that'll be the best. Maybe people will know what that is. Anyway, I don't think they'll be using that keyboard very much. So I doubt we'll ever see a single report from this, even if we ever get it. Even if we got it wrong, I bet that it won't matter at all. Export. Dollar. And then crunch it down. Control C. Yeah, that's a little weird. It's fine. Okay, moving on. Z Real Big Deal asks, how do you stay motivated? This is a common question. Whoa. I'm just not a good person to answer it because I don't really have any tricks for motivation. I seem to have an easy time committing to things, so I mean, I start out very motivated and I stay motivated for a very long time, and it's sort of all I want to do. And I mean, we've committed to things such that, like, when I started making eShade, I quit my job and I spent all my money on it. So like, it was ship or die, really. So giving up wasn't even an option. I imagine it would be different if somebody was working, you know, they had another full-time job and they were working on it for fun. Then I would imagine it would be different. But I kind of chose to make indie development my career, and I put so much into it, I couldn't back out. So I kind of raised the stakes for myself. And then after we ship eShade, then we were just full-time indies, and now this is the game we're working on. And we have never given up on a game. We just keep going until it's done. And we're not the kind of people that really, you know, we're not like little chipmunks that we keep on, you know, being excited by the next shiny thing. We get really, really, really excited about the game that we set out to make, and we dream about it, and we can't even imagine not finishing it. Like, it's just not something, it's just not a path that is even, I don't know, it's not a path that even feels available to us somehow. Because we chose to make this thing, we chose to make this our project, and when we do that, then we're going to finish it. That's just how we do it. So I don't know. Generic currency symbol, typically Alt-GR. This is a placeholder symbol used when the specific currency isn't. Oh, interesting. Okay. Good to know. Wow, I've never seen that symbol in my life. Fernet, yeah. Just remember you got bills to pay. That's right. Yeah, when you bet it all on your one game, then it becomes easier. Okay, so now we need the U grave. One second, folks. I hear trouble. All right, sorry guys, I had to eat something real quick. Okay, if anyone's still around. Let's see, is anyone still around? Some people are still around. Very good. Okay, let's continue on with these keys. This is a job and a half, let me tell you. Okay, so we need this one. And exports PNG, and then we need to get the name of the key. Save. Okay. And then merge down, Control A, Control C. Let's undo that merge and then put it in our atlas. Okay, and save. Oops. Smash it down and save. Okay. Next one. Now we've got the French star key, which is interesting. Where's that? It's got to be that one, right? French star key. Keyboard. It's just an asterisk, but the key code is star, so I don't know what the deal is with that. Now I'm wondering if I should put that little U on it, or if I should just do asterisk. Yeah, the upside down thing is better. That's a better joke, James. Yes, the localized Australian version will just, everything will be upside down. I was worried that the kangaroo one went too far. I don't know what Australians are sensitive to. Okay, so can just do a little asterisk. Hopefully nothing else has an asterisk key. I doubt it. I'll just do asterisk. Okay, we're going to save that. Export. And it is just called star, so key star. Vegemite, interesting. Really not sensitive to anything for any funny jokes at our expense. Oh, okay. So any funny jokes, gotcha. Well, if only I had some. Okay, let's save that. Undo, undo. And next key. And actually, the star key is one that I think is likely. JKLM. So it's JKLM. No, actually, it probably isn't likely because it seems like, gosh, there's just so many more keys, so many more finger keys on these AZERTY keyboards. Can you imagine how hard it would be to learn to type on two keyboards? Can you imagine, like, My God, if you learn to type fast on a French keyboard, it would be a nightmare if you had to come to America and do. You'd have to take your little French keyboard with you wherever you went. Don't say it's bad. Wait, don't say what's bad. Oh, Vegemite. Okay, I see. I see. Well, I haven't had it, but I hear it's just very salty tasting. Master Agent Miyazaki, hello and welcome. James says, well, try the upside down Australian keyboard. Space bar is at the top. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got the star. Oh my God, seriously, period. Got a key code for the period. And that's where my M should be, huh? Wait, JK L. What? So what do I put? I wonder. The key code is period. So what key are we talking about here on the French keyboard? The English code is M. So it's going to be down here somewhere. All right. Okay. So it must be this one. Must be this key right here. So period and semicolon, which is just crazy. Okay. So period and semicolon. We need a period and a semicolon for the period key. Master Agent Miyazaki, learning to code on a US keyboard with pain. All right, 1 second, folks. Okay. My son just bapped open the door to say goodnight. Saravati, hello. Good to see you again. Okay. So we've got that period and semicolon. So period, semicolon. This is a semicolon? There it is. Okay. 214. Oops, no, that was way too small. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, we did size 4. Size 14 is what we want. There we go. Okay, looking at the French keyboard. For some reason, it's kind of just clustered into the bottom left. So maybe we'll just do like this, and then we'll do the normal size 16. And then we'll do the semicolon here. Okay. Okay, hopefully that will be recognizable to them. And it is just called period. Period. File export. Period. Whoa, we already have a period. So what is the period? Oh God, what does the period look like? Of course, it looks like the American keyboard period with the bracket on it. What am I doing? So we don't even need this one. We don't even need this one. And if somebody wants to map it, fine, but their key is just going to look a little bit different. there's sprite key, and that's just peachy. So we already have one for period. I'm assuming we're going to already have one for comma. Yes, we do. So there's nothing I can do about that. Let's see if we already have one for colon. I'm going to guess we don't. We do not. So I could add the French colon, which is going to be the slash. No. Oh yeah. The English key code is period, so it should be like slash and then colon. So let's do that. Let's make sure it just looks like that on every keyboard. Okay, slash colon, whatever. Slash, oh, that's huge. Let's make it way smaller, 13. Maybe even smaller, 11. And colon. Okay, looking at the keyboard. For some reason, a lot of them have it over to the left. I don't really know why that is, but we'll just do it. Well, not all of them, not all of them. So we'll just keep it in the middle. Okay, and it is called colon, so we'll export colon, save. And then we'll smash this down, merge, Control C, paste it in there. Okay, and we'll undo all that. Let's see. Let's catch up with chats. Ron Bautista, thank you very much for the kind words. Appreciate that. Master Agent Miyazaki says, I wrote my first functional compute shader recently. All right. Was interesting and learned a bunch. Interesting. Very cool. That's awesome. I have never written a compute shader, and I probably never will. But it sounds interesting. Agio Studio says, how many bugs did you encounter during this project development? It's hard to quantify because when you're writing software, like the first time you even write something and then compile and then go test it, you might find like 5 bugs just right away. So are those really bugs? Or is that just like the process of writing code? Or is a bug something that you set live and then, you know, somebody finds it and reports it? I don't know. It depends what your definition of bug is, but software is just constantly being fixed. But in terms of like formal bug reports and stuff, I mean, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, maybe. Many. Ryan JQ asks, anything yummy for dinner? No, I just had cereal. I'm very hungry. Master Agent Miyazaki says, if there are no bugs, it's not a real project. This is true. And says, learned about Windhawk yesterday, and today my Windows looks like a minimal Linux distro. I have never heard of Windhawk. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so we've got the colon, right? And we put it in our sheet here. Oh, we've got to smash this down and save it. And now back into Unity. And now we've got a semicolon key. Do we have a semicolon key already? Agio says, bugs are something that break the game or can soft lock the game or things behaving weirdly in the game that aren't supposed to. So I would say your issue with the table collision would be a minor bug that isn't game breaking. Right, of course. Those are definitely bugs, but I'm just thinking of like when you first write a new class and you just immediately compile it for the first time ever, there are generally many things wrong with it. That's just how it goes. And then, I mean, very rarely do you write a bunch of code. Like, let's say you write 300 lines of code and then you just compile and boom, the feature's done. Usually, you write a bunch of stuff and then you start testing it and then things don't quite work how you thought and you have to go through, and you're like kind of fixing the code that you just wrote. And I don't know if those would qualify as bugs in your first pass of software or if that would just qualify as, writing. And it's the different, like the actual categorization of it seems to be kind of blurry for me. But in terms of, that one where that person got stuck on the collision, that is this very formal bug. Absolutely nobody on earth would say that wasn't a bug, because we literally kicked the build live and then a player ran into that and reported it using our bug reporter. That's a bug. That's as buggy as it gets. It's a small bug, but it's a bug. Bugs are also things that give the game character. Maybe. I don't know about that. We try not to have bugs, that's for sure. Code usually works for a vibe coder like me. That's because Grok is pretty decent at coding. That is just hard to imagine. I have not gotten AI to code anything useful, not even one thing. Imagine Skyrim without bugs. I have barely ever run into a bug in an Elder Scrolls game, so definitely happens for some people. I can't. I will die on my hill saying that I don't think Elder Scrolls games are that buggy. I think that they're just really big and they're very systems heavy, and they have a lot of systems and a lot more systems than most games, and the systems interact in funny ways that they don't in other games, simply because other games don't even try to have that many systems. And then you combine that with the fact that they are amazingly good sellers. So many people play them. And when people play them, they play them for super long. Like the median playtime of Skyrim is like 80 hours or something insane. So you combine the fact that people are playing quite literally 20 times as many hours as maybe some other games. Because the median playtime for a lot of games is like an hour or something, even if the game is 8 hours long. So I think people just play their games a lot, and their games are big and they have so many systems, and that's why we see so many bugs. I don't necessarily think that they're just like a studio that makes lots of bugs, but maybe I'm being too soft on them. The bugs in Eastshade were part of the charm. No, I mean, glad you see it that way, but I don't see it that way. The bugs in Eastshade were because we were making a game way bigger than our means, than our production budget or our personnel could possibly accommodate. So you either can make a game that is way bigger. You could either punch way above your weight and have a game that is way bigger than what you normally would be able to make, and compromise a little bit and have, certain trade-offs, or you can just sort of make a smaller game. And for us, at Eastshade Studios, we compromise on a lot of things in the service of scope. We want to make big games, and we are willing to put some pretty janky shit in order to make the game bigger. And some people don't like that trade-off, but I think most people do. Most people would rather have a bigger game that is slightly less polished than like a really tightly polished tube game, for instance, or just a very tightly polished tiny game. Master Agent said Oblivion is still better. It's my favorite Elder Scrolls. Flying into Nava on a box, so it's peak Eastshade. What the heck? Oh my god. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, James. Can't even think about that game anymore. Okay, I think we've got all of the keys. Now we just have to go to that last spot. that Jenny was saying. Oh, first of all, actually, let's name them all in the atlas. Okay, so here we go. Let's go to the sprite editor. And let's do that safe slice, the automatic slice. Delete existing? Definitely not. Let's go with the safe. Look at that. Sliced them all up. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. So this is going to be the... Let's go back to German. Beautiful. Got the U, the special U. Got the AZ. We have the hash. Must be this one, right? Oh, we have the quote. And the minus. Okay. We don't have any for Russian. Got quite a few for Portuguese. We have this thing. Tilde. The right bracket, which we don't have a special key for. The semicolon, which it looks like we don't have a special key for. The quote, which we're definitely not going to be able to do. And then the left bracket. Okay, Spanish. Spanish, of course, we don't have any of the names. French, here we are moving on to French. We've got a right bracket, we've got a equals. We didn't do that one. The A, okay, the caret. Here's the caret. And the U grave. So we skipped one. We skipped the dollar. Here's the dollar. The period, which we didn't do. The colon we did do, which is right here. The star, which is right here. And we missed that U, here, the U grave, yeah. Oh no, I already put it in, and the dollar. Okay, cool. So now we can just apply and save. Agio says, for me, I might have bit off a little bit much, but I plan to add multiplayer LAN worlds to my project at some point, but I'm not sure how long it will take to finish developing full release. Well, it's good to be making something regardless. It's good to just be sleeves up and working on stuff. That's my feeling. James says, if you still haven't seen the box flying, you've got to. I don't even want to. I can't. I just can't. I can't stomach it. Just at a certain point, you just have to. I won't find it funny. I guarantee you. I wish I could, but it just stresses me out. Lay Xdoll, hello. Huge fan of your devlog YouTube series. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, rock on. Well, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Let me see if I've missed any follows. No, I don't think I have. Very nice. Okay. So I think we have all those keys. We hit apply. Apply. I already said apply. Speaking of my devlog series, I had one comment. This is one of the more wild comments I've ever had. And they were saying that they were basically like, why do you have to use AI voice? It's so clear you're using AI voice, because when I look at your live streams, your voice is completely different than when than watching your devlogs. That has to be rage bait, right? They want me to respond to that because that is just such a wild comment. I guess maybe they could legitimately think that, like, I don't know, because, you know, obviously talking in real time is completely different than super tightly edited YouTube thing where I'm like reading a script, but it's pretty wild. It sounds like rage bait. We all know the entire game was made by AI. That's right. That's right. People have incredibly high, um, people have a really incredible expectations for what AI can do. Somebody was asking in our Steam forums if the voice acting was AI, and I'm just like, there's no AI that can sound that good. Like, not even like, yes, we have AI that sounds like a human. That's the bar, right? Like, because for the longest time, we have never had an AI voice that actually sounded like a real person. And now finally, we have AI voices that can sound like real person, but they can't act. Like, they can't, like, they don't have a intuition for context. They can't read a script and be like, oh yeah, in this part, they probably want me to sound sarcastic. Like, there's it's so bad. There's no way that it even could be AI. And it's interesting that people believe that AI can do such incredible things that I just haven't seen it do yet. AI equals Australian intelligence. Uh, well, thanks, Jera. Gerard, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Very kind of you. Okay, so I'm going to the Trello. I'm going to exit out of all these thousands of keyboards I have up. I'm probably one day I'm just going to have to buy every keyboard. I'm going to go to Amazon and I'm going to buy every country's keyboard. I'm just going to have like a stack of 6 keyboards. Are there still auditions for voice roles? No, we've cast pretty much everyone. Yeah, we've cast everyone. Burnett there says there is a fear of being fooled by AI, so they assume everything is just in case. I can totally understand that, and I feel it too. Like, sometimes I see something and I wonder for a sec. I'm like, is that AI? I don't want to be. Yeah, you feel like an idiot. You feel catfished, right? You feel like you thought you saw expression, you thought you saw art, you thought you saw someone with, who cared about something and created something, and you were moved by it, and then you learn it's AI and you feel like a freaking idiot. You feel so stupid, and that is the way that AI makes us feel. It makes us feel hollow, and it makes us feel stupid, and it makes us feel like human connection where there is none, and then we feel like we were talking to a goddamn chatbot. And I just can't wrap my head around how so many tech bros don't feel that. They must have a completely different relationship to art than, like, I feel like normal people, or maybe just like creative people, or maybe just like empathetic people, because they must not feel human expression. That must not be an important factor for them. And it must really just be like piggy slop. So then when the AI makes the piggy slop, they're like, great, this is what I wanted, piggy slop. It's crazy. Completely different mind, completely different wiring in their brain. Night's Wake says people are crazy, think AI can turn one person into a team of game devs and graphic designers, artists. Yeah. People have very high expectations for AI. My girlfriend is AI and thinks I'm the best. Oh dear. Okay. So going to this card, we have one more place that we need to put these. The white transparent PNG version in the input resources folder. So let's go to the input resources folder, assets, input. Come on. Input should just be an input and then resources. Okay, so the white transparent versions. So these are all the same keys, I think. We just need transparent versions of all of them. And I think probably one easy way to do it would be to go to our keys dark folder where we have all of our new keys. And I'm just going to grab all these, every single new one that we have. I hope this works. I think that's all of them. I'm just going to go really slowly, make sure to get them all. Also need to make sure to set the correct import settings because not all of them have the correct settings. Into the inspector. Right. It says not all of these are checked out, which seems wrong to me. Well, anyway, I'll check them out if they're not and just make sure they all go to sprite 2D. So it's still only textures with width height being multiple 4. Okay. So it's not going to let me change them all. That's weird. That's really strange. I wonder why. Anyhow, I wonder if I can copy them because that would be... Nope, I can just copy the path. Well, this is not working the way I wanted it to. Not at all. Delete, open. I wish I could just like move them somewhere. Can I create a new folder here? In assets, inputs. Editor, in control. Where's input? Where's input? Come on, where's input? It's in sprites. You nincompoop. Okay. And here's input, and there's resources. So I think I could maybe just move them all into input for 1 second here, just to make them easy to grab. I don't think there's anything else in input. Oh boy. Nauseum says, how's the game going? It's going good-ish. Good, but stressful. My friend just played this demo with his daughter and they wishlisted it. All right, love to hear it. Yeah, the demo launch went really well, but we have so much to do and it's just really terrifying and really stressful. So it would be fun if it wasn't so stressful. Master Agent Miyazaki says, I'm glad the banks are starting to notice they will never get their money back from the large AI companies like Oracle and OpenAI, who are bleeding money on AI R&D and only getting percentages back in return. That is why they had so many layoffs, so they could offset the wasted AI spending with the money they save from all the laid off workers. Yeah, I hope the AI bubble bursts, and I hope that nobody is bailed out over it. That would be so freaking aggravating. I mean, it's basically a pyramid scheme right now, right? It's all this, the idea that it is valuable, but it's not valuable yet because it doesn't actually produce anything. And they're just, it's just this incestuous web of investor money that is all hyping everybody else up that is gonna be, you know, and I just really hope that when it all comes crashing down, nobody is bailed out, because that would be horrific and unimaginable. But they probably will be, based on, certainly based on the American government right now. Basically anything bad you can possibly think of, that's exactly the government's main goal. Gerard says, to engage with art is to appreciate it, and part of that means empathizing with the artists themselves. Art is a labor of love, of anguish, usually both. Appreciation comes from that understanding. I know, right? I know. It's really strange. Some people do not see it that way. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. And I really don't feel like I hate AI just because it might replace me. I don't feel like that, because I'm not even necessarily the person that it would replace. I'm a business owner. If anything, I'm the person who should benefit from AI. But I just hate it. It just makes me feel hollow. It just makes my soul hurt. I just wish that it wasn't a thing. I wish it wasn't a part of our world. So here are all the keys, the new keys. And I guess I would just want to put them in a folder. Create a folder. New, I'll call that new dark keys. Master Agent says, I wish AI was just used for science, like gene folding research, and was not used for content creative outputs. Then I would be happy. Creativity is for thinking beings, not algorithms. Yeah. I mean, I know I was made. Like, I wish that, I can't really say I wish that people didn't choose to make it. I just wish that it wasn't a thing that could even be made in the first place. But of course that's impossible. So Control D on all these. I'll just see what Unity does. If it duplicates them. Of all the things I thought that AI would replace, art would have been the last on my list. Visual art in general would have been one of the last things on my list. When Mid-Journey started picking up steam and I started seeing the AI generated images, it was the most awesome, and I don't mean awesome in a good way. I just mean awesome, like filled me with awe. It was the most awesome thing I've ever seen. Like, I couldn't even believe it. It was just unbelievable. In a scary way. I got offered money for AI to use my voice for music. Interesting. Somebody wanted to train Are you a singer, James? Agio says, how many more keyboard layouts do you have left to do? Should be none, because well, except for Spanish, but we can't do Spanish yet. But I think that that's all of them. So now I'm just trying to make the light version of the keys. That's the last thing to do. Master Agent says also, if humans create real AI and potentially AGI in the future, then it all becomes a question of morality, because in that case, we are holding it prisoner for endless interrogations, basically. Yeah, that's another weird. I know, it just gets so weird. It just gets so weird and yucky and strange and bizarre, and it's hard to even wrap our minds around it. No, I gotcha. I understand you, Master Agent. Oh, oh man. Yeah, I'm not a very good singer. I really like singing, but I'm not good at it. Very, very bad at it. I think I'm like as good as someone who's legit horrible at singing can get, because I've been kind of low-key practicing it for a lot of years. And I'm still really bad at it. My pitch is bad. My range is bad. My tone is bad. So what are these other keys called? So we've got all of these new dark keys, which is great. So now we can take these and put them in our keys dark, back into our keys dark folder where they belong. I hope I haven't confused the hell out of Perforce, which tends to happen sometimes when you move files around. Okay. So we want to go into input resources. So here's all the light keys. So the light keys are just named simply. So we can just maybe go into the keys dark folder, show and explore, and then let's just make all the light versions. So I need a I guess we need to rename every single one, which is actually incredibly annoying. It's going to take a really long time. Okay, I don't want to do it in Unity because Unity is going to re-import whatever the hell it's re-importing every single time. So let's not do it in Unity. Let's organize it by file type. And then we're just going to delete. And this is going to confuse the shit out of Perforce. We're just going to have to reconcile offline changes. It's actually going to be kind of a nightmare to sort out what's going on here with Perforce, because Perforce is not going to like all this stuff I'm doing. Okay. Let's see what Unity has to say about that. SlayX says it looks like the Unity game engine. Yes, that's correct. This is Unity. Got this template. We don't need that. I'm just going to delete it. And we want, I guess we can set the import settings of these right now. Oh, that was weird. Okay, let's do 2D apply. Why can't we apply them? It's weird. What about you guys? Come on, you guys. There must be one thing in here that has a different file type than the others. These ones, oh, I accidentally changed it to legacy. That's incorrect. Okay. And now I have to go through and invert a lot of these. All right, to Photoshop with me. Let's exit out of all these. I don't think I need to save that. I'll keep that up. I still dream that we're going to eventually have time to work on that. Here we go. Okay. These are all PNG files. Let's open every single one in Unity or in Photoshop, whatever this program is called. All right. And then what we have to do is, I think a straight invert is not going to be enough, because I'm pretty sure that the light keys, let's just open one real quick in Photoshop. Let me just make sure, are the white keys, do they actually use pure white? They really do. They use pure white. So that means all we need to do is delete, we'll do contiguous and just delete out of here. And then just make this value go all the way up, and then Control S, and then I can exit out. And I just need to do that for every single one. So I'm not going to try to find a more clever way to do it. I'm going to try to automate it. I'm just going to do it with the only thing that has ever worked for me, my hands. The only thing I believe in. We got this weird little black line in there. Save that. Some of these look like they're kind of not centered, but it doesn't matter because it's just a stupid input key that people will see. And as long as they know what it is, it's fine. It's fine. And you know what? Next game, I'm probably going to make all these again because I'm so picky about like every single thing matching the style. Okay, let's go see. Bike Sandals, thank you very much for the follow. Also, Toy Moon, sorry I missed your follow. Dabs D, I missed your follow as well. Thank you guys. I don't know how I missed your follows, but thank you very much if for those of you who are still around. Let me catch up with chat. Okay. Agio says, you know how you mentioned that you liked to take on big projects? I have a plan at some point to make my own game engine that is like Unity, but without needing to be connected to the internet or need to update version changes. And this engine would support different coding languages and also support coding with things like Notepad. And it would have a sculpting tool, but that's something that would probably take a long time. Yeah, it definitely would. Of all of those things, Unity does it need to be connected to the web? I know my internet goes out and I can still use Unity. Or need to update version changes. We don't update version changes. We're still using 2019. You actually don't have to update Unity. I know some people think you do, but you don't. And all the most serious productions are not updating Unity. They choose their version and they say, we're going to ship with this. Even if it takes us 9 years to finish this game, we are going to ship with this version of Unity because this is the one we chose, and we're not going to waste a bunch of extremely expensive production dollars. We're not going to throw it away to updating Unity. We still are using Unity 2019. And the only reason why we're using that one instead of 2018, which is what we started with, is because there was some LTS thing. I don't remember, but we had to update something. Anyway, Notepad. I think you can code with Notepad in Unity. There's absolutely nothing stopping you. It's just a .cs file. It's just a text file. And you could code with Notepad. So I guess of those things you mentioned, sculpting is not something you can do in Unity. Personally, as an artist, I don't want my engine to try to be an artist tool. I personally want that separated. And I think that's every artist that is in this world pretty much is not going to want to be doing art in their game engine. Yeah, usually you kind of want to use your tools of choice, and then you just you want a really good export pipeline typically. Master Agent says, I'm making free to use RTS game kit in Unreal. Oh, cool. Very cool. That sounds fun. Rock on. Slay X says, so nice to have an interesting stream going on. Thank you for calling it interesting. I'm very flattered. I'm making input key sprites, so it's about as dry as it gets. So I appreciate that. Master Agent says, would be similar to those game projects as assets on the Unity store. Very cool. Bike Sandal says, people care more about how it plays than how it looks. Well, I think that how it looks is important. How it looks is not I think it's a little reductive because how it looks plays into the mood and tone. If you're someone who doesn't give a crap about tone in games and doesn't give a crap about atmosphere, then you can easily say that. But there are some games that capitalize more on their tone than others, and eShade Studios is one of them. We're not like a mechanics first studio. So we're like a world first studio. So we build our game world. Humans are visual animals. Sight is our main sense. It's our most important sense. And so it's important, and we feel stuff when we see it, we feel stuff. So we like to believe that the way it looks is very important for the way our worlds feel to be in. The danger of porting engine versions is real. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Is there some other comments that people are going off of? Nope, I don't think I missed anything. Adrio says, well, it's time. Well, for me, it keeps updating my projects and it sometimes disconnects my account. Interesting. Blender-like tools in it. Very interesting. I'm sure there's a niche out there. Slaydall says there are games that are basically just walking simulators that are carried entirely by the art, for example. Absolutely, yes. There are definitely games like that. I mean, the entire adventure game genre, really. I mean, what are the mechanics of the classic adventure game? I'm talking the point and click adventure. I mean, the mechanics are pretty... Nobody would play those games if it was just... If you stripped them of all of their art, of all of their sound and their visuals and their writing and their words and their text, if you strip them of all of the things, you know, that qualify as art, there would be nothing left of them. Nothing at all. It actually is all that stuff. And the mechanic is almost intentionally light. The mechanic is just a vessel for progress through this adventure. That's why it's called an adventure game. And the adventure is the fun part. People want to go on an adventure and they want to meet fun characters and feel like they're, you know, they're on a ride. And there is a place in the massive industry of video games, which is bigger than all other entertainment industries combined. There is a place for every kind of game. So fortunately, we can have games that are super mechanics driven, that art doesn't matter. It's not really an important part. Like nobody really cares about how, I would say, like shooters, online shooters. Like I guess people even care about how those look, huh? People don't want to play a ugly looking one. People want to play a good looking one, but it doesn't matter as much, you know, in some games as others. And there's a place for all these games. Okay, Agios, thank you for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. And I hope you have a nice evening or whatever time it is, wherever you are. Quetzop, thank you also for stopping by. And I hope you sleep well. Slaydoll says, yep, Dwarf Fortress has ASCII art. Yeah, exactly. Although even that art was redone eventually. Absolutely. That's the trick, isn't it? You got to figure out what's important and, you know, put your value, you know, spend time on those things for sure. Wise words. Follow Blue Sky Green Fields. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that if you're still around. Okay, just changing all these to white. Yeah, there's this idea from some people that the graphics of a game are just like fluff, that they're just like window dressing. And they are for some games, but they're not for other games. Because like sight is the main way sight is the main avenue that you're, you know, interfacing with the player. And if you're not using that avenue as a tool, you know, to evoke whatever you're trying to evoke, then in some genres, it's just a wasted opportunity. It's actually bad game design to not consider that. Eastshade Studios 2 out of 2 for W's. I hope so. I hope so. And I hope you mean Glimmerwick and Eastshade. It will be very satisfying if Glimmerwick does well, which I have reason to believe it will. But it will be very satisfying to have two strong sellers in two completely different genres that look completely different. It will be satisfying. And it will be satisfying for me personally What's that sound? I don't hear that very often. Wabandar. Wow, you gave out 2 community subs. Thank you for that. Wow, appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Rock on. All right. Very, very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Slade All says, that's kind of why I'm not exactly on board with the idea that gray boxing is the be-all end-all. Absolutely, yeah. It definitely can work better for some projects than others. You really need to begin with the art before deciding if it's an idea worth pursuing. Yeah, for some kinds of games, the art is so important that it becomes hard to like test the game because the art is such an important part of it. Bike Sandal says, sorry, I meant the small things. Art is still important for me, but how it plays, definitely very important. For sure, agreed. Yeah, for me, everything. I mean, we try to do our best on absolutely every single part of the game. Like right now, we're trying really hard to make sure that everybody's keyboard, no matter what country you're living in, that that it is supported and that the layout makes sense, and that whenever you know, if you want to remap your keys to keys that other keyboards don't have, we want to make sure that you have sprites that actually show up in the tutorials and stuff. Just an example of how in the weeds I mean, you just have to fight for your life in every single way, in the course, the audio and the music and the visuals and the gameplay and the UI and the little tweens that play in your UI, and of course the flow and the pacing and the writing and the characters and the everything, every single part of the game. You have to try your ass off to make it the best you possibly can, and you break yourselves doing it, and then you're not even halfway there, and then you break yourself some more, and when you're up in a pile on the floor and you're a heap and you can't even fathom taking one more step because you've grinded so hard, then someone tells you that your game is shit. Or someone tells you that your game is all right. And you finally get people who are mildly interested in your game, and a lot of people whose eyes are glazed over as well. But that's basically the effort level it takes to make a commercial video game. That's Mildly Raven. Hello and welcome back. The best shooter I ever played was Shoot Mania. What a funny name. I've never heard of it. I and most people I know stopped playing it because of the visuals, despite how much we like the gameplay. Interesting. What does Shoot Mania look like? I'm dying to know what Shoot Mania looks like. What is this Shoot Mania game screenshots? Why is it shopping? Why am I on Google Shopping? What's going on? What is it? This is definitely not a looker. I mean, maybe a long time ago it looked good. I don't know. But yeah, you can tell the art direction is, it's a bit dry and strange and kind of mixing a lot of different things here. Yes, definitely leaves much to be desired. It's a pretty ugly game. I can imagine why you wouldn't want to spend a whole lot of time in that world. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing that. That's Mildly Raven. James says, you know, I still don't understand why people find the songs hard. They're ridiculously easy. The breadth of skill in rhythm games is apparently much broader than we thought. And I don't exactly know what it is. I don't know if people... well, let me ask you this, James. Are you an orthodox typer? Do you type orthodox? Do you have your fingers on the home row keys? Like, do you keep your fingers on like J, K, L, and all that jazz? Because I wonder, there does seem to be this huge gap for some people where the music mini game, it's not only hard, it's impossible for them. It's like asking them to like recite a poem in French or something. Like, it's just like completely on another level. What's extra frustrating for us, and it's our fault. I'm not saying that it's players' fault. Everything is our fault. It doesn't matter what the players are saying. But it's frustrating that people think that they need to do it, and they think that it's this huge part of the game, and they didn't even, it's an assumption that they made in their heads based on nothing, as far as I can tell, because the game tells you 3 different times. And we looked through the loc sheet to see like how many times do we explain this to players, and it's a lot. We tell people point blank, the people in the game, the characters in the game tell you, and then the modal UIs, the tutorial text tells you as well. And people just cannot let it go. They think that they have to do it. When you can literally, you can open the music mini game and then immediately press escape, and you will pass that tutorial. Like, it will be done. And quite frankly, you can never open the music mini game for the entire rest of the game. For the next 30 hours of gameplay, you can never even practice one spell. And you can absolutely get through the game with no problem because you can do the short spells. You never have to practice. So it's so crazy that people are bouncing off the game because they hate this mini game when they don't even have to do it. And we don't know how to tell people that they don't know that they don't have to do it because they won't fucking read anything. It's like, they just won't read. They won't read a single word. And we don't know how to tell them. I mean, we have to like make a pop quiz or something in the middle of the game to make sure that they understand it. Oh my God, it drives us insane. We don't know what to do. We've never had a problem like this before in any game. It's so crazy how polarizing that game is. And it's happening a lot. It's really happening a lot. So we need to address it. In the new version of the game, we have some disgustingly, we basically went nuclear with the tutorial. When you press new game, a modal pops up that tells you how time works in Glimmerwick. It's completely insane. Like, that we're so sick of people not understanding how time works and just making assumptions based on other games that are not our game, that we tutorialized it in 4 different places. And it's the first thing you read when you press new game. It just tells you point blank, this is how time works in Glimmerwick. And it has a little star and night icon. The icon matches exactly what you'll see when it's nighttime for the first time. And we tell you that immediately. And then we tell it to you again in the loading tip. And then we tell it to you again the first time that time freezes for the night. Boom, modal. You have to read it and click through. I mean, you don't have to read it. You can just say, okay. And I assume like 80% of players will. But then next time of event, it's the meet and greet. Boom, modal. Freezes the entire game. Tells it to you again. The same exact words over again for the 4th time. And we're just going to beat people over the freaking head with it. Like, we will not let them not understand this. And I hope it makes all the complaints go away. But then we're going to have complaints about how heavy-handed the tutorials are. Watch it. Watch it. People are going to be like, why do you have to tell us this 4 times? It's like, what, do you think people are stupid or something? And you just can't win. You can't. You can't win. Oh my God. Okay, Master Agent says, I have an idea. Make it opt-in instead of serving it on a platter in the main game flow. But that's, I don't know, because it's like, yeah, we could do that, but that's what the class is about. They're teaching you about the spells. And we want people to learn about the spell system because it is like, it's a fun part of the game. It's like, and it's not just fluff. It's not like, you know, I mean, it's not like Gwent or something. It's like, it really ties into the game a lot. And we know that probably 70% of people are not going to, it's like James said. I mean, I bet James perfected that song by like the 3rd try. I mean, it's typing. So for some people, it's so easy. And I think most people don't have an issue with it. But it seems like 20-30% of people just are bouncing off it so hard. So as long as we can let those people know that it's really all right. If they hate it, they don't have to do it. I hope it'll be all right. But we don't want people missing it. Like, it is a part of the game, so we don't want people missing it. There's a big listening issue for the player base. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get people to read stuff in general. It's really hard. Stanley said, I just came here and heard about the showing tutorials. May I know what is the gameplay and the tutorial like? Well, in the case of Songs of Glimmerwick, we have a clock that freezes every night, and players, because the players basically think that there's time pressure in the game because the clock is ticking, because they're thinking of Stardew Valley. And when Stardew Valley, you know, when it gets to 2 a.m. or whatever, you have this time penalty every night. But our game doesn't have that. People think that it does, or I don't know what people think, but they're pissed off that the clock is ticking. And so basically we've heavily tutorialized that. Instead of just letting people figure it out, which you'll figure it out after a few days, but people are really upset about it. And we just want people to not make assumptions about what they think the game will be. So we had to put in some heavy-handed tutorials. Master Agent says, how does the spell making work? It's just a rhythm game. It's simply a rhythm game. And if you're on PC with mouse and keyboard, it's just like the home row keys. And it's a pretty easy rhythm game. It's not like Guitar Hero expert level or anything. Slay Doll said, I love fishing in Stardew Valley, but I think one of the biggest complaints I've seen is that it's hard and or boring. Yeah, it's just, some things are very polarizing for whatever reason. Master Agent says, I have a great solution. Give a reward each time it hits the Stardew Valley punish time. So positive reinforcements. There are a lot of issues with that. There are a lot of, we don't want there to be time pressure. We don't want to reward people for, waiting out the whole day. Like, we have no problem with people going to bed at 8 p.m. if they don't have anything else to do on that day. We don't want people missing out on that, whatever that reward is. But I like that you're thinking about it. Is it worth showing the game time in the top right corner? Like the command does. I don't think so. Okay. So we've got all these light keys. New keys dark. Let me put them in the resources folder. Hey, why can't I put it in the resources folder? That's weird. Oh, now it's letting me. There must be one key in here that we already have in the resources folder. We'll just start one key at or two at a time or something. Into the resources they go. It might also be a non-problem. I know I've said this on the stream before, but the demo is only 2 or 3 hours, so everybody's feedback is going to be about that 2 or 3 hours. And it could be that we've already done enough to pull people in, and people are already ready to go. Like, they're already super sucked into the game, and the only reason why they're complaining about the time pressure is because we have a feedback form, and they were, smitten with the game, but that one thing was the only basically the main point of friction that they had. So it's possible. Okay, here's the tilde that we already have one. It's possible that it doesn't matter, but I don't know. It's really hard to tell. It's hard to tell. The music minigame is clearly polarizing. There's no way that one's not going to be a little bit of a problem for us. I mean, some people are going to hate it. I just hope enough people like it that, it's going to be like the Stardew fishing minigame. It's like, it didn't ruin the game. Obviously, Stardew was still a massive hit. And the fact that people complain about it is really no big deal in the grand scheme of things. So we'll see. We'll see how much the music minigame is like that. That's Mildly Raven says, what's the intended purpose of the time of day? Is it just aesthetic? Well, the NPCs tick to the time of day, so the schedules tick to the time of day. It is aesthetic. It's kind of thematic too. I mean, you're going through school days. We want it to facilitate the passage of time, and we want it to feel like, you know, you're going through like a school year, and all the lights turn on at night and it looks really pretty. We also have weather that changes based on the time of day, but nothing, you can't miss anything, because every single important event in the game, the clock will freeze for. The clock will freeze, and the clock time is replaced with an event puck. And the event puck is their cute little custom icons that are specific for that event. And then you see the event puck, and it makes a little shaker sound too. And then you're like, oh, there's an event. And then you look at your quest log, you look at your calendar, and you're like, oh yeah, that thing. And then you go to that, and the game will literally wait for forever, and you can't progress without going to it. Like, you have to go to every event in Glimmerwick, so you can't miss them. And you can take all the time you want. You can do all your farming with that event puck frozen. That's totally fine. Eventually you run out of mana, and then you're gonna have to go to the event eventually. So there's really no time pressure in the game. We worked really hard on it. Like, it took us years to come up with that solution, and it works so well, and it's so elegant. It just works amazingly well for the game for so many reasons. And people aren't thinking of the downstream. They're not thinking of how the game plays to feel like 6 hours from now. They're thinking of that 5 minutes that they were confused about how time works, and they're like, that's weird. You shouldn't have that. Again, you know, we get all sorts of feedback, and most of it is correct. Like especially on eShade, a lot of feedback is just like, yes, we should do that. If we had money, then we would do that. Or if there weren't things that were higher priority, then we would like to do that. But in Glimmerwick, we were getting this new breed of feedback that I know is very normal for most games, but we didn't have it with eShade, because I think eShade didn't have enough systems in it to sort of get this kind of feedback. But we're getting feedback that is just like, we just don't agree with it. Like, it's like, if we had infinite resources, we would not do that, because we think that makes the game worse. And we're getting so much of that feedback. And we're just not used to it. We haven't gotten that kind of feedback before, but I know it's really normal, because, you know, you see all kinds of, like, people have so many opinions on games that they love. And if you took everyone's opinion on everything, you would first of all have a game that didn't even work, because it would pull in every single direction. And secondly, you would probably have a piece of garbage, right? Because it would be so many different, it wouldn't have a cohesive vision, and players don't think of downstream consequences for anything, and they're not game designers. So anyhow, that was a very long rant. James says, wait until they find out about the fishing rhythmic clicking. Yeah, it's just another mini game. Yeah, we don't want to skill gate anyone. We don't want to do that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And the demo has months still. I mean, it's going to be up there for a long time. People are going to play it. We're going to be in the next Fest. We're going to have another round of feedback. And so we'll get lots of feedback. We'll see how it goes. Let me go into Perforce and see what kind of havoc that we have caused, because we undoubtedly have caused some havoc. Here we go. So the VA scripts, loc sheet, missing rows generation, special keys sprites, and Newt's eye collision fix. See what that was. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. That's Miley Raven. Thank you for the follow. Interesting. I feel like I've seen your name before. So when I said welcome back, I might have been mistaking you for someone else. But anyhow, thank you for dropping in. Okay, let's save that. The only thing is, we have probably all of these interiors that need to be reverted. Except we want to make sure not to revert the newtsI. That's important. Have all of these interiors because I kicked a build, and when I kick a build, oh, reminisce. No, don't revert. Whew, that was close. I almost reverted the reminiscing room. And also reminiscing room work. I should really divide this into different change lists. But it's fine. Should I check in the reminiscing room? I guess. We did so much stuff. A lot of stuff. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? We are 4 hours and 18 minutes. That is a long stream. Folks, I should give my voice a rest. Yes, I should give my voice a rest. It's 9:30. Okay, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. Pardon my rants. And if you haven't heard of our game, it's called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. And the little thing there says wish list, but you can actually play it because we have a demo out available. Download the demo, give it a whirl, see if it's your cup of tea. I think you're going to like it. And, you know, if it is your cup of tea, then don't forget to wish list it. And thanks everyone for hanging out. And hopefully I will catch some of y'all next time. All right. Bye-bye.